Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Noir in today's duel. Noir really owns this head-to-head, leading their overall series 90-50. And honestly, those numbers are backed up by a massive gap in their history on this specific map. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually close that distance today. Completely untouched. He's just too fast for his opponent right now. He's really capitalizing on a tough run of form for his opponent. He's just completely outclassing everyone right now, moving to a 4-0 start. He's looking every bit as strong as he did in their last meetup. The streak keeps building. He's just too precise for Omnic right now. The gaps in skill level are becoming obvious. He's just relentlessly picking up these rounds, 6 straight now. It's been a rough 24 hours for Omnic. He's simply not missing, pushing the lead to a staggering 7-0. This is looking just like the last time they met here. He's just not letting up, moving toward a double-digit lead. It's a stark contrast to Omnic's tough run of results lately. Absolute shutdown. He's now nearly at double digits with an unbelievable sequence of rounds. He is just completely untouchable right now, extending that lead to a 10-0 rout. He's just not letting up, cruising toward a potential shutout before the break. It is hard to ignore that ranking difference as the half approaches. Noir takes a huge lead at 11-1 while everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's really making it look easy after that 11-round run, and Omnic is struggling to find any answers. Time for Omnic to shake it off. He survives a frantic exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. A quick recovery after that brief stumble in round 12. And there it is. Noir shuts the door with a crisp final shot to close out the series. A one-sided affair from start to finish. It's just a tough day for the number 35 seed. Welcome everyone. We've got a great matchup on Fast Aim today as Waze takes on Noir to see who comes out on top. Waze comes out swinging here, utilizing the ramp for a quick advantage to start us off. Noir usually has the upper hand in this head-to-head. Waze is currently riding a strong wave with a 24-10 record in the last day. He seems to be carrying that momentum right into the early stages of this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace against the rival he usually struggles with. Noir answers back with a crisp elimination, showing some real grit to avoid falling further behind. Waze is just dominating the pace at 4-1. It's a surprising start for Noir, given his historical edge. Waze is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 5-1. He's not letting up, securing another round to widen the gap. Noir had looked so sharp earlier against Omnic, but that's not showing here. Absolutely crushing it right now. He's just too fast for the opposition. The historical head-to-head is barely a factor right now. Noir manages to take him down from the ramp, securing another round. He's likely still shaking off that tough loss against Aster from earlier today. The latter currently has Waze rated 11 spots higher than Noir. The difference in their raw skill looks incredibly apparent right now. It will be a tough climb for Noir to close a gap this wide. Waze completely shuts that down, taking Noir right off the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's really making the most of his slot in the upper half. Waze takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the script has completely flipped here. Noir entered the match as the clear favorite, but he's just not finding any answers for this attack. Noir needs a spark right now. Waze extends his massive lead to 10-3. Noir's dominance over the long haul isn't showing here. Waze is just clicking off his shots instantly right now. Noir had no time to even react. Noir just needs a few more rounds like that to actually make this competitive. Waze has struggled with the consistency lately, mirroring that narrow loss to Aster. He's absolutely on fire, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. What a finish. He digs deep to survive an nail-biter and secures the victory. He really just walked all over the other guy, making a quick work of the map today. Welcome everyone. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off in the arena where the favorite looks strong today. Waze has won 73% of their career encounters between these two, but Omnic is fighting from a serious deficit in the ratings. He's definitely looking to prove his rank doesn't define him in this series. Unbelievable. They both tore each other apart in that scramble, but he manages to edge it out by a hair. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Omnic is really cooking now, leading 2-1. He's fighting an uphill battle after those tough losses earlier today. Waze claws back to tie it up at 2 apiece. Waze is looking much more comfortable after that dominant 13-4 win against Noir earlier. The momentum is shifting firmly back to Waze, who is starting to look far too quick for Omnic right now. Deadlock, we're staring at a 6-round stalemate between them. He's certainly making the fight more competitive than the ladder suggests. What a scramble! Omnic barely escapes that exchange with his life, but he manages to secure the advantage. We've got total parity now, both sitting at 4. A very clean reaction from the higher rated player here. Omnic just snatched a slim lead, holding a 5-4 edge. Waze is usually the one dictating the pace in these encounters. Omnic has struggled mightily in his last 10 matches with only a 20% win rate. Well, it looks like he's completely turned the tide in this particular set. He's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from him lately, regardless of his current form. We're all square at 6 each. I mean, Omnic is playing way above his weight class here. It's a total shock to see the underdog hold his own against the top tier experience Waze brings to the table. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a tight battle. It's a huge contrast to how those matches went earlier today. Omnic is widening the gap to an 8-6 lead. Brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to hold a lead of 3 rounds. Absolute nightmare for the number 17 seed to be in this spot. Waze looks sharp as he shuts this down quickly, showing some real grit to claw back into the game. He's showing why the betting crowd liked him coming into this. Omnic is just running away with it, up 10-7. A massive shift in control from what we usually see. He's staying composed, hanging in there to keep this contest very much alive. The pressure is definitely getting to them both today. He's not letting up, taking another one to keep the pressure high. The experience in this matchup is really starting to weigh in. What a performance. He just wiped the floor with that exchange to bring us back to a dead heat. Goodness, they practically emptied their clips into each other, but Omnic just barely keeps his head above water. Quite the turnaround for someone who just walked out of a blowout defeat. What a flash of speed. He completely shuts that down to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolute chaos in that last exchange, but he survives the fray to close it out. He's just completely rewritten the script today. Waze had every reason to expect a quick victory, but he simply couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic facing off against Noir in this match, where the favorite looks strong today. Noir has historically on this rivalry with a huge lead in their head-to-head matches, but the dynamic is shifting early here. Omnic is finally putting together some pressure to break that pattern. We're locked at 1 apiece as they reset. Noir is definitely continuing his dominance in the overall matchup history. Omnic has now claimed the lead at 2-1. He's definitely shaking off that rough start from earlier today. These two are trading rounds back and forth, and these engagements are ending in a heartbeat. What a scramble. Omnic survives a total war of attrition to move ahead 3-2. A tough look for the higher rated man right now. Noir claws back and we are all square now. Noir is definitely playing like the higher rated man right now. A high stakes face off on the ramp and Noir comes out on top to extend his lead. He really is looking a cut above on the ladder today. Unbelievable, Noir clings to life with a sliver of health after winning that firefight from the ramp. The skill disparity between these two is starting to show. A fast reaction there to get this round back. A nice equalizer considering that tough 13-1 loss just a bit ago. Absolutely wild Noir survives the carnage of that exchange by the skin of his teeth. What a fight. He almost didn't make it through that slugfest, but he manages to pull through just before the half. Tight battle as we head into the halftime break. Noir holds a 7-5 lead as we swap sides. I mean, the favorite is keeping a steady grip on the pace. He's doing exactly what the rankings predicted so far. Omnic needs a strong start here. Omnic just narrowed the gap to 6-7. The underdog is really making a case for himself right now. Omnic is currently struggling with a 12-23 record over the last day. It's becoming clear that the pressure of this long run is starting to wear him down. Noir is simply capitalizing on that fatigue to widen the gap. Tough exchange for both of them up on the ramp, but Noir manages to come out ahead. The total head-to-head history is looking like a mirror image of this game. That's a perfect shot. He is showing real grit by clawing back into this match. A huge momentum swing to keep this series competitive. Another quick response as he drops Noir right off the ramp to keep this rally alive. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player. Noir keeps his cool, moving ahead to a 10-8 lead. He's showing why he holds that ranking advantage right now. Noir is just too strong in those head-to-head fights, and he's firmly in control here. This is starting to look like another one-sided affair for Noir. A lightning-fast reaction by Noir to bring him to the verge of victory. Omnic secures a clean victory here, narrowly delaying the inevitable. A quick trade of rounds to keep things moving. He's simply refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high and the dream alive. It's a real dogfight between these two now. And that's it. Noir shuts the door on this match with a final decisive strike. Omnic really stepped up his game tonight, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a battle. Welcome everyone. We've got Waze and Noir facing off on orange for this exciting matchup. Waze enters this match on a tear with a 24-11 record over the last day. It's an impressive level of consistency that puts him in a great spot. Now let's see if he can turn that momentum into a wide lead. Waze is absolutely dominating right now with a 2-0 lead. He's really asserting himself after that blowout win on Fast 10. What a fight. Noir barely scrapes through that one to keep things close. He's got the overall head-to-head lead in this rivalry. Total deadlock now. Waze and Noir are all tied up. The underdogs can definitely hold their own when they start hot. Waze claws back the advantage, leading 3-2. Noir usually gets the better of him over the long term. The round times are getting shorter and shorter. These guys are reacting almost instantly. Waze just edges ahead, holding a slim one-round cushion. He's showing a lot of resilience tonight. Noir has fought back to a dead heat. The 29 ranked player is starting to look dangerous here. This match is really swinging back and forth with neither player able to hold on to a lead for long. Noir usually takes the lead in this rivalry, but the script is flipping tonight. Waze is currently controlling the map. It's a strong shift in dynamic considering how often Noir dominates this pair. He's looking very comfortable right now. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. The favorite is clearly struggling here. He's not playing to his usual standard, and we might be looking at a genuine upset. Let's see if Noir can pivot. Waze keeps pulling away, extending his lead to 8-5. He's really capitalizing on the map advantage here. Noir just shuts that down completely, quickly narrowing the gap with an effortless shot. A brutal exchange here, but Noir manages to outlast him and keep the pressure mounting. The tide is shifting back toward the underdog here. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he survives by a hair to lock in the tide. What a scrap. He just barely holds on to take the lead and keep this roll going. That is an incredible amount of momentum for one man to carry. Waze answers back immediately to keep everything even. It's a pure coin flip heading into the home stretch. Oh, a total shutdown on that exchange as he keeps fighting his way back into this match. A complete shutout, and Noir is really proving his strength in this combat. Absolute precision on that last snap. Noir is completely in control now, just one more step from victory. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. What a fight! He almost didn't make it through that exchange, but he keeps his hopes alive. That was a nail-biter for the survivor. Absolutely wild. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Waze claws his way back to stay alive. Pure chaos in the server right now. Absolutely spectacular. Noir secures the final kill to complete an incredible comeback and take the... Waze really fought for every single one of those, but he just couldn't close it out when it mattered. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Waze and Omnic facing off on Mapas, where Waze enters as the clear favorite. Waze is entering this one with a massive psychological advantage, holding 110 total wins in their head-to-head history. It's a crushing gap that puts a lot of pressure on Omnic to keep pace early on. It'll be interesting to see if that dominance translates into a quick victory today. Omnic takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. A surprising start for the rank 35 player. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another win to move ahead. He's shaking off that recent loss to Noir with ease. Unreal, he barely clings to life with 2 HP, but manages to clear the ramp for another huge win. This is far from the usual result we see between these two. The momentum is just overwhelming now as he secures a 5th consecutive victory. Both players were trading shots, but he comes out on top in a gritty battle to secure his 6th straight. The higher rated player is looking completely lost right now. A sudden turnaround as the favorite finally finds his mark. Omnic is simply refusing to let Waze settle back into this game, quickly picking him off the ramp. Omnic really needs this lead because he's coming off a tough 11-24 stretch today, and honestly it's a huge contrast to the confidence he's showing in this specific game. The challenge now is whether he can maintain this surge before Waze fully recovers. Omnic holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break, and honestly it's a total shock. He's defying a huge historical gap to put Waze on the ropes early. Waze needs a real spark here. Omnic is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 9-4. It's a strange look for Waze, who has traditionally looked so strong here. Waze claws one back, but Omnic still leads 9-5. Still a tough road for him as he faces the better side of the ladder. Omnic is putting on a clinic today, quickly shutting Waze down as he tried to hold that ramp. Waze is just completely staggered right now. He can't seem to find an answer for the speed Omnic is playing with. He just completely shut the door on that comeback attempt, putting himself one step from victory. What a finish. He closes this out in style to claim the victory. Massive statement from the underdog to completely dismantle Waze's confidence on this server. Welcome to Dunes. Omnic and Noir are stepping up for this duel, with the favorite Noir looking to keep his lead. Noir has an incredible head-to-head advantage with 92 wins over Omnic. It's a massive gap in their history, but that doesn't change the fact that he's already dropped the first round. Now he has to find a way to shake off that early mistake. Incredible, that was a complete slugfest. And Noir somehow walks away with the victory by a single point of health. He's on fire. That was a lightning-fast reflex play to secure a third straight win. Absolutely untouchable right now. His momentum is simply overwhelming. Unreal, he claws back a victory from a sliver of health to keep his streak alive. Noir is really making his quality felt today. He's simply in a class of his own, securing 6 straight to put a firm grip on this series. What a fight. Omnic hangs on by a thread to finally break through. Just a tiny sliver of health left for the underdog here. Omnic is sitting on a 42% win rate on this map. Well, those aren't the numbers of a player who's just guessing. He's proving that he can play at this level, and the pressure is starting to shift back toward Noir. Noir is firmly in control at 8-3. Noir has been the much stronger player throughout their shared history. Noir holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, he's simply doing everything we expected he would. He's looked way too sharp for Omnic so far. Time to see a comeback. Noir is just cruising at 10-3. Everything we expected from the higher rated side here. Pace of these rounds is just blistering. Omnic barely has a second to react before it's over. Noir is back in total command, putting himself 1 round away from a victory. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Noir outlasts him to close out the series. He just completely outclassed him out there. Poor Omnic never really had an answer for that pace today. Welcome everyone! We have Waze and Noir facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top today. Noir is the historical favorite here, winning 52% of their matches against Waze. It's a psychological edge that's clearly paying off right now since Noir is coming in on a 3-game win streak. Let's see if Waze can break that momentum. Unbelievable. Waze just barely claws back the round after almost being completely deleted. Noir is firmly in control, leading 3-1. He's really hauling that momentum from his recent clash with Omnic. Noir is absolutely dominating this series, leading 4-1. Noir is just too fast right now, extending the gap to 5 rounds. Coming off a tough set of losses earlier today. Another effortless pick for Noir, who's just completely in charge of this map. A tough outing for the favorites so far. Noir just can be stopped, putting up 5 straight to reach a huge lead. It's getting harder for Waze to shake off those recent losses. Waze manages to get a quick kill here to break that momentum. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those 3 losses earlier. Waze has been far more active today with a 21 and 13 record over the last few hours. And honestly, that high volume of play seems to be helping him find his timing. Now that he's putting together a streak, the pressure is shifting back toward Noir. Noir. And we are back in action with Noir holding an 8-4 lead as we resume. Waze strikes back, narrowing the gap to 5-8. He's showing some real grit after those 3 straight losses. He survives a wild exchange of shots to keep the pressure mounting. That's some incredible composure to secure back-to-back rounds. Noir holds onto a 3-round cushion at 9-6. The higher ranked player has to dig deep to find an answer. What a scramble. He almost hit the floor there, but manages to secure another victory. Noir still coasting with a healthy 10-7 advantage. Noir really seems to have the upper hand in these matchups. He's really finding his second wind, shutting that door instantly to trim the deficit. Waze is refusing to go away, claiming another round to keep this climb alive. The underdog status doesn't seem to be bothering him tonight. What a turnaround. He's tied it up at 10-all, continuing a fierce surge to erase that earlier deficit. Simply untouchable right now. He captures the lead with a totally clean finish. Waze is simply refusing to let a single round slip away. Noir answers back quickly, bringing us dead even in this series. Everything has completely reset for both players. Noir just stepped up to seize the advantage, putting himself in a position to end it all right here. Absolutely flawless. Noir shuts it down with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Waze really put the pressure on in the end, but he just couldn't close the gap. He fought so hard for that. What a match. Welcome back to Berserk League. Omnic and Waze are heading to Italy, where the favorite looks to dominate this match. Waze holds a commanding 110-42 lead in their head-to-head history. He's definitely expected to convert that historical advantage into a win today. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this gap now. Clean sweep to start, as Omnic is just completely in control right now. Waze is having a rough outing today after the defeat to Noir. A lightning fast response from Waze to put some pressure back on the leader. Omnic is cruising along with a dominant 4-1 lead. That rating gap is barely showing right now. Perfect shot by Waze to cut into that early lead. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. He's showing some serious grit, taking over this series with 2 straight rounds. Absolute perfection from Waze to level the score, completely erasing that early deficit. The pressure is shifting entirely toward the underdog now. Unbelievable, he's completely flipped the script with 4 straight rounds of dominance. The ladder gap is finally starting to manifest. Omnic answers back immediately to bring this series level. Omnic edges ahead again, barely holding that 6-5 grip. Really fighting against that rank 23 tag right now. Emotion mid. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. It's a huge surprise to see Omnic playing this aggressively against a veteran like Waze. He's not letting that lower rank hold him back today. Emotion mid. Time to see who wants it more. He keeps the pressure on to reclaim the lead after the half. He's starting to look much more composed now. Waze is simply too fast, shutting everything down with a perfect burst. He is truly asserting his superiority here. He's simply untouchable right now, extending this run to 3 straight. Waze is starting to look like the dominant force the odds makers predicted. He's absolutely on fire, securing another win and pushing the lead to 10. Obnik manages to hold that run and claw back a point. That win reflects his earlier dominant performance on Mapas. He's showing incredible resolve here, securing another fast victory to keep the rally going. What a scramble. He barely keeps his head above water to keep this comeback rolling. He's truly fighting for his life on the edge of defeat. Waze is looking incredibly sharp, strolling to another victory while remaining completely unscathed. He has regained complete control of this series, and now he's just a single round away from victory. What a wild trade of fire. Omnik manages to survive that exchange and keeps his hopes alive. Absolutely staggering. Waze claws back through the pressure to seal the victory. That was a real nail-biter for a while, but he managed to hold on to his lead. Omnik put up a hell of a fight. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Omnic and Noir are taking the stage on orange, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir has routinely outclassed his opponent, winning 65% of their previous encounters. And with a significant gap in their current ladder ratings, he looks completely comfortable in this match. The real question is if Omnic can find any answer today. Omnic has totally flipped the script, leading 2-1. It's a total reversal from their last meetup on the dunes. Things are perfectly balanced right now, and we've got a dead heat on our hands. Noir has clawed back to take a 3-2 lead. He's showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder right now. Absolute control from the favorite, taking 3 straight while barely taking any damage. He looks sharp coming off that 13-11 result against Waze. Omnic manages to win the exchange and puts a dent in that streak. We're back to a deadlock with a 4-4 tie. A massive mental hurdle for the favorite to overcome. Noir regains his footing with a narrow 5-4 lead. He's usually quite comfortable in the driver's seat during these bouts. Omnic has a tough road to climb here, managing just a 20% win rate in his 10 most recent outings. And that lack of confidence is really showing in how he's reacting to Noir's pressure. He's going to need a massive shift in energy to keep this competitive. Noir heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's playing exactly as the analyst predicted. Omnic is fighting hard, but the higher seeded player is just too consistent right now. Time to see a comeback. Omnic keeps hanging on, trailing 5-8. That's a huge look for the rank 35 player. Unbelievable. He barely survives that firefight, clamping down on a second straight round for the comeback. Noir holds a solid 3-round advantage now. The rating difference is starting to play a part in this series. Noir's pulling away with a commanding 10-6 cushion. The sheer depth of experience is showing with over 3,000 career battles. That was a close scramble, but he emerges on top to secure a 3-round run. Coming into this with a decent 5-1 record today. Omnic just puts a very quick end to that exchange. That was a lightning fast trade to get around back. A crushing response from Noir to put him just 1 round away from victory. Exactly the result we expected from the high seed today. What a finish. Noir closes it out to secure the series victory. Omnic really tried to push back, but that gap in experience was just too wide to bridge here. Welcome everyone. Waze and Noir are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top today. Unbelievable. Waze survives a brutal exchange to pick Noir off the ramp with just a sliver of health. Noir typically looks very strong in this rivalry, winning over half their career encounters. The fact that he's starting this one on the back foot is a bit surprising given his recent run of form. Now we'll see if he can actually dig in and close the gap. Total slugfest of a round, but Noir manages to claw back a point here. That was a quick response to get back into the game. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Waze barely scrapes through with a win. He just refuses to stay down in these fights. Waze is putting a serious stranglehold on this 5-1 lead. His recent form has been stellar, but it's just not translating here. He secured another victory from the ramp, totally taking over the server right now. Noir manages to slow the momentum here, securing another point for himself. Noir really puts on a clinic in their recent encounters. Waze just completely shut him down while he was trying to hold that ramp. Really surprising to see this side of the map go so one-sided. Waze is currently pulling off a serious upset, especially since Noir is usually the heavier favorite in these bouts. Well, he has that mental edge to fall back on. It'll be interesting to see if that historically superior confidence can help him close this gap. Waze holds an 8-4 lead. As we head into the break, honestly, Noir has no answer for the underdog right now. He's usually the one controlling these series, but he looks completely lost in this half. Time to see if Noir bounces. Waze extends his lead to 9-4, just dominant. He's certainly shaking off that loss from their previous meeting. Noir shows some real persistence here, managing to outlast Waze from the ramp to keep this game competitive. His rank is nearly identical to the guy he's facing. Waze maintains a comfortable 3-round cushion at 9-6. The veteran experience is starting to play a role here. What a fight! Waze clears him off the ramp and survives that chaotic exchange by a hair. That's another scary close call for him. That was lightning fast. Waze is really putting the pressure on here. Looking back, these two are nearly identical on the ladder. Noir barely manages to edge this one out while holding the ramp, surviving a truly desperate fight. Waze answers back immediately and puts himself just one win away from the victory. Waze is really living up to those pre-match expectations. Noir gets the better of him here, pushing the tally to 8-12. That was a clean, effortless read to get the round back. Noir is digging in deep now, stacking up another win to keep the pressure on. Waze closes it out with a perfect finish to take the victory. He really proved he's got the skill to match anyone in the top 30 right now. Pure quality on display. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking strong today. Omnic comes out firing, picking Waze right off the ramp to start things off. A tough. Waze has historically been the heavy favorite, winning 73% of their lifetime head-to-heads. So yeah, it's quite a surprise to see him starting this slow against an opponent who has struggled in almost every recent game. Omnic is just dominating a 3-1 lead right now. A complete reversal from their last meeting. Waze answers back immediately, keeping himself very much in the hunt here. He's clearly playing with more confidence after that recent victory over Noir. Both players were fighting for the same piece of ground there, but Waze was just a fraction faster. This looks like a repeat of the previous set between these two. Waze is simply refusing to let up, extending his run to 3 straight. Simply a wall of steel right now. That's 4 straight for Waze. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the higher seeded player. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp, cutting the lead back down to 1. He needs a result here after the tough outing against Noir. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece after that round. He's showing some serious grit despite that tough morning session. Waze clears him off the ramp and secures a narrow lead heading into the final round of the half. He really has the upper hand across their career encounters. We're all squared up at 6-6 moving into the break. Well, Omnic is definitely playing above his rank right now. He's keeping this very close despite having a much lower win rate on this map. Fresh start for the second half. Waze holds that ramp position perfectly and pushes the lead back to 1. His higher ranking is showing as we enter the final stretch. Absolute chaos now, with Omnic evening things up at 7-all. Omnic takes a 1-round cushion with an 8-7 lead. He's shaking off that rough series against Noir quite nicely. It's a complete dead heat now. Neither of these two can actually pull away from the other. Waze is just too quick for him, putting an end to that ramp hold with a lightning fast response. Omnic just held that ramp perfectly, and now the pressure is squarely on Waze to break this deadlock. It's an impressive showing for the lower rated player in this series. Waze just couldn't find an answer for that ramp duel, and now he's staring down a serious deficit. It's a complete turnaround from their last set on Italy. Unbelievable, he survives on a sliver of health to secure his 3rd straight win. Just a massive swing in this one. Hard to believe he's controlling the pace this way. A sharp exchange that ends quickly, bringing the score to 11-10. He's just too fast, putting himself in a position to take the series right now. It's a bit shocking to see the favorite trailing this far. Just a hair of health left on that end. A precise shot to keep things... What an unbelievable way to force the overtime. He shuts the door completely to tie it up at 12. Absolutely effortless. He just dismantles the opposition to move within striking distance of victory. Waze is really putting those high-tier numbers on display. Omnic strikes first in this opening exchange, forcing the deadlock at 13-13. Absolute chaos for the underdog to keep this game alive. Waze shuts things down quickly, picking Omnic right off the ramp to regain control. Waze is truly continuing his strong run of form from today. Omnic is playing out of his mind, completely refusing to go away in this overtime battle. A massive shift for a player sitting at rank 35. Waze secures a lead with an effortless snapshot, putting himself in the driver's seat. A lightning fast transition to put the pressure back on. What a grueling fight. Waze outlasts him in the final exchange to close out the series. Honestly, he should be proud of that one. Taking a higher seed deep into the overtime period is a huge result. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite, Noir, for today's duel. Omnic enters this match with a tough 10-25 record today, which really puts the pressure on him to find the spark early on. It's interesting to see him get the first round in the series where he has historically struggled against Noir. Noir just edges ahead, holding a narrow lead. He has clearly been the more reliable side of this pair. He's just too fast right now, extending that win streak to 3 straight. The higher rated player is simply taking control of the pace. He's simply too strong, putting together a huge 4-round run. A very tough run of things for the rank 35 player. Absolutely ruthless. That makes 5 in a row for the favorite. The history between these two is becoming very familiar. Another lightning fast reaction and the streak hits 6. His current form is just way too sharp. He's completely outclassing his opponent, extending the run to 7 straight wins. This result mirrors their last meeting on the Blame Orange map. Simply an unstoppable force, with the 8th consecutive win in the bag. Finally, some resistance as Omnic claims a quick win from the boost. That's exactly how the underdog needs to play it. Noir is really leaning into his historical dominance, having won 65% of their career meetings. It makes total sense that he's controlling the server here. Well, a result like this just confirms that the gap in their skill sets is almost too wide to bridge. Noir takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, it's exactly how the analysts predicted this would go. He's just playing far above the level of his opponent right now. Omnic gets another, bringing the tally to 10-3. The underdog is definitely fighting for his life here. Noir just needs to keep this pace up, and he'll wrap this thing up very quickly. Coming into this series with an impressive 6-2 record today. A quick response from Noir to put himself in a position to end the match right here. The pressure is just way too high for that underdog right now. A perfect finish to close it out, and Noir secures the victory. Completely one-sided affair here. Omnic just couldn't find an answer for that kind of precision. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Waze and Noir facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Noir holds a slight advantage in the historical matchup with a 52% win rate against Waze. You know, he's a steady presence in this rivalry, but Waze actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. We'll see if he can recapture that form today. Noir is on fire, claiming a third straight round without taking a single point of damage. Tough scrap there, but he manages to claw one back and show some real grit. That was a tight exchange, both players barely walked away from it. Noir is dominating, leading comfortably with a 4-1 cushion. Totally clean finish for Waze as he continues to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is starting to push back now. Waze has been on a tear with a 22-12 record over the last day. And honestly, that explains why he's fighting so hard to keep this close. He has the momentum on his side right now, but he still needs to find a way to translate that into a lead here. Noir is just coasting with a massive 6-2 lead. That was a brutal trade, but Noir survives the exchange to put a huge gap in the score. Both players poured it on in that encounter, but Waze managed to outlast him. Waze looks incredibly sharp right now, utilizing the ramp to secure another quick victory. Noir takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's sitting exactly where we expected him to be. Waze is keeping it competitive, but Noir still has the edge as we head into the second half. Let's see how they handle the swap. Waze takes a commanding view from the ramp to hold his ground and close the gap further. He's looking a lot more confident as this series tightens up. Unbelievable, he finds a way to nail Noir off the ramp, and we are all tied up here. Pure chaos now that the board is completely reset. Goodness, that was an absolute war. He barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. That was a hard-stopping finish for both of them. Noir just edged ahead to take a 9-7 lead. He really seems to have the mental edge in this particular duel. Noir is back in the driver's seat with another effortless victory to extend his run. Waze stays aggressive from the ramp to keep this comeback effort alive. He's refusing to let the gap widen further. Another round for Waze, who is showing incredible tenacity to stay in this game. The pressure is shifting entirely onto Noir's shoulders now. Waze secures another flawless point from the ramp to bring this series level. Total reset, we're back to a dead heat. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting himself in a 1-round lead. The momentum has shifted completely toward the trailing player. Absolutely wild exchange. He barely survives that onslaught to bring the score back to a deadlock. Absolute nails on the end here. Lightning fast reaction from Noir to snatch the lead and put himself in a prime position to finish this. Absolute perfection to seal the deal. Noir closes it out with an untouchable final sequence. Waze really pushed him to the brink there, but the consistency finally paid off for the favorite. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Waze facing off on orange, where the favorite looks to keep his momentum going. Waze has clearly dominated this rivalry with 112 head-to-head victories. It's a massive historical gap, but Omnic is fighting a steep uphill battle today. He'll need to find a way to keep the pressure on if he wants to pull off an upset. Omnic is on a roll, holding a tight 2-1 lead. His experience in over 3,000 matches is starting to show. Waze is quickly reclaiming control of this series after that slow start. That's a tough break for a player already dealing with a rough day. He's absolutely crushing this opening stretch with a third straight win. He's really capitalizing on that massive experience gap. He's just not missing, completing a perfect quartet of rounds to take a 2-round lead. Another swift win for the favorite, keeping his high-speed pace going. Omnic digs in and secures another round, refusing to let his opponent pull completely away. What a scramble! Both of them were bleeding out, but he barely clawed away with the victory. He's showing some great resolve here, continuing to narrow the gap. He's proving he can hold his own despite the rating gap. Waze has been in great shape today, posting a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, seeing him lean into that momentum right now makes total sense. He's firmly in control as we approach the mid-game break. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the intermission. I mean, the match is unfolding exactly as we anticipated. He's playing his part as the favorite, although Omnic is keeping things closer than the head-to-head stats would suggest. He's refusing to back down, shutting the door on his opponent with a total shutout. The confidence is definitely swinging back toward the underdog. Unbelievable, he's just completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 7-7. Waze takes the lead again, pushing ahead 8-7. His higher rank is really starting to provide some stability. Waze is pulling ahead again, now leading 9-7. His top half placement on the ladder is really starting to weigh in. He's completely rewritten the narrative here, surging ahead with 3 straight wins. That's exactly what you'd expect seeing their history together. He's just too fast, adding another effortless win to this streak. A devastating stretch for the lower-ranked player to endure. What a scrap. Omnic survives a complete war of attrition to secure this one. A surprising result for the rank 35 player in this set. Waze answers back immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from a victory. The pressure is clearly starting to mount for the rank 35 challenger. A tight exchange here, but Omnic comes out on top to keep the game alive. A quick response to put some air in that lead. He manages to outlast his opponent in a frantic exchange to bring this back to a 2-round gap. A real sudden shift in the air for the high-ranked side. Absolute perfection in that final exchange to seal the match victory. He had to dig deep to keep that lead, but he just simply outclassed Omnic in those clutch moments. He really had to sweat this one out. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Omnic and Noir facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain their strong momentum today. Noir holds a massive historical lead with 95 round wins over Omnic's 50. So yeah, he's definitely been the dominant force in this rivalry. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off that early loss and get back to his usual standard. He's completely taking over early, putting the pressure on with a perfect start. Noir gets a clean response here, showing some real grit after that tough opening. He's definitely not letting Omnic run away with this early on. He's putting on a clinic now, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. The favorite is finally starting to exert some control. He's simply too fast. That's 3 in a row to bring this series completely level. Everything is back to a dead heat right now. Omnic claims the edge here, moving ahead by 1 round. A huge shift in energy for the lower ranked player here. Omnic has been struggling today with a 926 record so far. That really makes this surprising run of rounds more impressive. It looks like he's finally found a way to outplay the more experienced player. Absolutely untouchable right now, pushing the score to 7-3. He's simply on a tear right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. He has typically dominated this head-to-head matchup. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, this is the complete opposite of how we thought this would go. The lower-seeded player is simply outplaying his opponent right now. Time for a complete reset. Noir just barely clings to a chance at 4-9. He's showing some of that veteran composure now. Omnic is just relentlessly pushing ahead at 9-5. Omnic is just refusing to let him build any real speed here today. Just a few hours ago, Noir was cruising with an 8-2 run today. Omnic is just completely out of his mind right now, staring down the finish line. Coming in as a huge underdog, but he's just taking over. Noir just produced a lightning fast reaction there to keep things interesting. A wild exchange of fire, but Omnic manages to outlast him to reach match point. Absolutely staggering precision from the underdog in this series. Unbelievable! Omnic survives with just 2 health to close the series and secure the victory. He really just turned the tide on this rivalry. It's a huge confidence boost for him after a rough start to the day. Welcome everyone to Italy. Waze and Noir are stepping up for a great 1v1 matchup today. Noir holds a distinct historical lead in their head-to-head record. You know, he's historically dominated this particular rivalry, making this early lead for Waze a bit surprising. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues today. Waze is simply too fast right now, finishing the opponent without taking a single point of damage. Absolutely crushing it. Now Waze is just on another level today. Noir's recent form usually suggests he closes these out. Noir finally finds a way to respond, clamping down on the momentum. Waze is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Mapas. Motion Midways has put in serious work today, going 21-13 over the last 24 hours. It's a massive shift in confidence compared to how he usually plays against Noir. He's taking total control of the tempo here. Emotion Mid. A gritty fight here, but Noir manages to outlast his opponent to claw back another round. Waze is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-3. Noir's 70% success rate lately is starting to show through. Waze has an 8 free cushion and looks unstoppable. That was an incredibly fast trade to get back in control. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a shock to see the underdog playing this aggressively. Noir simply cannot find an answer for the pressure right now. Time for Noir to dig deep. Waze is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. It's rare to see this particular pairing look so one-sided. What a scramble. He almost loses it, but barely scrapes through the finish line. Noir is showing a real tenacity to survive these gaps. Noir keeps fighting, but Waze stays ahead at 9-6. Noir really seems to be finding his footing in this set. Waze hits double digits, pushing the gap to 10-6. A lightning quick response to shut that door. Noir is putting up a fight, keeping this way closer than the early round suggested. Waze might be the favorite this time, but the history is still deep. Waze is putting on a huge amount of pressure, and he's really capitalizing on these quick reactions. What a response. He shut everything down and now needs just one more to end it. Absolute perfection to seal the deal. Waze shuts the door and claims the victory. He's really cementing that momentum today. Noir fought hard but just couldn't keep pace with those lightning fast reactions. Welcome to Redline. Omnic and Waze are ready to go with the favorite looking to secure another victory. Waze has an overwhelming lead in their head-to-head record, winning 73% of their past encounters. He's coming into this match with a much stronger recent record today, which should give him an edge mentally. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can break that pattern. Fierce shootout on the ramp, but he walks away with his third straight. He's showing exactly why he's comfortably higher on the ladder. Just brutal. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now. His recent 22-13 run over the last day is showing. Omnic finds his mark from the ramp to get back on the board. Waze holds a commanding 5-1 lead here. The top half of the ladder is really showing its strength here. Omnic's win rate on this map sits at 34% across dozens of matches. So yeah, we're seeing those historical struggles play out in real time. It's becoming a massive climb for him to get back into this series. Waze is just cruising along with a 6-2 cushion. His opponent has been far more consistent throughout the day. Waze is looking unstoppable with a 3-round buffer. This is a huge shift for the 35th ranked player here. Chaotic scramble that goes his way, keeping the pressure on with another straight win. He's completely shifted the energy of this duel. Another clean point for the front runner as we head toward the mid-match break. A quick response to reclaim control before the switch. Waze goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the favorite is playing his part today. He looked sharp throughout most of the map, but Omnic did manage a 3-round run to keep things interesting. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is holding his own with a couple of quick responses here to keep this close. Need a strong push to bridge that gap in their ratings. Absolute chaos there. He barely clings to life after that trade to secure another point. That's a gutsy recovery to survive that trade. Waze was far too quick from that ramp, shutting down Omnic's momentum instantly. Waze is really putting on the pressure now, shutting down that ramp angle with a lightning fast read. What a scrap. He barely scrapes by after that brawl from the ramp. He has to dig deeper if he wants to pull off this upset. Waze is really putting the squeeze on him now, making it very difficult for Omnic to find any footing. Omnic really likes using that ramp lately. He's using it to stay in the fight. He's fighting through a tough slump today with that 9-26 record. An effortless victory for Waze. And he's now just 1 round away from the win. That was a blink and you miss it finish. He comes through in the clutch to keep the dream alive. The higher ranked player is finally feeling the pressure. He refuses to go quietly, securing his second straight to keep this fight alive. This puts the spotlight back on Waze and his top tier rank. That's the final one. Waze clears him off the ramp to seal the victory. Omnic really put his heart into that one, but his luck just ran out in those final moments. He really pushed him to the limit. Tough loss for Omnic. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Noir are facing off on Mapas, with the heavy favorite Noir looking to dominate. Noir holds a commanding 95-51 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the heavy favorite here, but the early momentum has shifted. We have to see if the ratings gap actually matters today. Noir keeps the pressure high with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is certainly stepping up to the occasion. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the map with 3 straight wins. Omnic has had a tough 24 hours across his recent sets. He gets a fast response here to bring the game closer. Noir has been facing a tough stretch of results recently. Noir is just cruising right now, leading 4-2. He's certainly playing better than he has in his other matches today. Unreal, he nearly collapsed there, but Omnic clutches it out with a handful of health left. A really tough run of games recently for the underranked player here. We've got a deadlock. Omnic levels the series at 4-4. He's really shaking off that recent loss on Dunes. Noir reclaims the advantage, edging ahead 5-4. He's certainly showing the form he had in those recent waves clashes. The reaction times are just incredible today. These rounds are decided in a heartbeat. Omnic just didn't let that elevation help. Taking Noir right off the ramp to extend his lead. We're all square at 6 apiece. And honestly, this is a huge surprise. Omnic is refusing to be intimidated by the favorite, keeping pace perfectly despite a massive gap in their all-time win rates. New sides, new energy. Noir edges forward now, sitting 1 up on the board. That 70% success rate over the last 10 is starting to show. Omnic is struggling with a 9.26 record over the last day. It's becoming clear that his overall lack of confidence is bleeding into this specific set. We need to see if he can break this skid before the lead grows any further. What a read! He's completely outplayed his opponent to cut the gap to 2. He's showing he belongs in this bracket tonight. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to stay right on the heels of the lead. Suddenly everything looks very different in this series. Absolute perfection. He's now surged back to a dead heat, completely erasing the deficit. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight to finally pull ahead. Simply impossible to stop him right now. 5 straight to take a commanding lead. It's an incredible turnaround given the disparity in their ranking. Noir answers back quickly to keep this fight alive. The higher rank is finally showing a bit more grit. He survives a heavy exchange to push his lead to 12-10 and is now just 1 step away from victory. What a performance! He digs deep to close it out and secure a wild victory. I can't believe we're seeing this after all the history in that rating gap. Omnic just played a perfect game to take the win. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Berserk League Duels. We've got Waze and Noir facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Waze enters this series on a high note after a dominant 13-7 victory against Noir in their previous encounter. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence right now. The big question is if Noir can shake off his current losing streak and fight back. Noir manages to answer back with a strong play from the ramp. The lifelong head-to-head record actually favors the trailing player here. Both players are locked in a dead heat at 2-2. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt early on. Waze pulls ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. Noir is really struggling to find any traction today. Waze is looking scary right now. He's really starting to pile on the pressure. The higher rated man is making a strong statement here. Waze claims another one from the ramp, really taking control of this set. He's certainly playing like a man on a mission today. An absolutely spotless sequence from Waze, extending his run to 4 straight. He's looking much more comfortable than in their last few meetings. Noir finally answers back, putting a stop to that runaway lead. The overall head-to-head actually gives the advantage to Noir. Another fast delivery here as the underdog continues to claw his way back into this contest. Waze has been on an absolute tear lately with a 21-13 record over the last day, and it shows in how he's managing this lead. It's a stark contrast to how things have been going for Noir, which just can't seem to keep the momentum going. Waze holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I mean, it's surprising to see the underdog controlling the pace like this. He's clearly disregarding the long-term history and pushing his lead. Noir keeps the pressure high, showing some real grit to stay in this. That's a huge shift in energy right now. He's really starting to close the gap. Waze holds firm with an 8-6 cushion. Waze is really putting that higher rank to good use today. Waze extends his lead to 9-6 with a huge swing. He is truly on a roll throughout this entire session. A completely clean look there as Noir refuses to back down. A lightning fast response to stop the momentum. He's simply not shaking, cleaning up the round from the ramp to keep this rally alive. This side of the bracket is becoming an absolute grind. Waze is staying just out of reach at 10-8. Noir is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Waze is really turning the tide here, taking a commanding grip on this series. His confidence is sky high after that win against Omnic today. Noir continues the climb from the ramp, showing impressive tenacity to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough spot for the favorite to keep the lead now. What a read. He steps up and puts himself just one round away from victory. Pure precision on that final shot. Boom! Waze secures the final kill from the ramp to wrap it up. Noir really threw everything he had at this one, but he just couldn't close the door. He'll be gutted after that fight. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Waze in today's duel. Waze holds a massive historical advantage with over 100 wins in their head-to-head history. So yeah, that's why the early surprise of this first round is catching everyone's attention. Let's see if Omnic can actually keep this pace. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. He's really defying the rankings in this set. It's a dead heat now, but the momentum is starting to shift back toward the favorite. Omnic stays in the driver's seat at 3-2. That's a rough stretch for the favorite today. Omnic is just running away with it at 4-2. Waze is really feeling that tough. 22-13 day now. Unbelievable. Waze claws his way back in a total firefight, barely surviving with a sliver of health. He's definitely leaning on that higher ladder rating now. Omnic has only a 25% win rate on this map across nearly 60 matches, and yet he's finding every single opening today. It's wild to see him ignore the history here and actually outplay the favorite. Omnic is firmly in control with a 6-4 cushion. He's not letting that last defeat on Redline get in his head. The lead is slipping away from Omnic as these two start trading rounds back and forth. He is definitely utilizing that experience from 3,000 matches today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is completely flipping the script for the underdog. He is playing way above his ranking right now, though Waze still has plenty of time to recover. Time to see if the lead holds. Omnic clings to a slim one-round edge at 7-6. The upper half of the ladder is starting to show. Omnic pushes it back to an 8-6 lead. He's really starting to shake off those poor results from earlier today. Everything is balanced right now. It's a complete toss-up heading into the next exchange. The higher seed is starting to flex those muscles here. Omnic is just barely holding a 9-7 advantage. The top 20 rank isn't translating into a lead right now. Omnic extends his lead to a commanding 10-7. The lower ranked player has completely seized the initiative here. Waze is showing some real grit, shutting that door quickly to bring the score to 10-8. What a scramble! Omnic barely escapes that absolute war of attrition with his life. Waze is really having a tough time adjusting to this rhythm. He edges out that duel to climb to 12, putting himself a single win from victory. A truly wild performance from the underdog today. Waze finds his target just in time to push the deficit back to 3. A huge amount of pressure is on his shoulders to keep this rolling. Another clean connection for the favorite, showing a lot of heart as he narrows the gap. What a finish! Omnic closes the door right now to secure the series victory. I can't believe we're seeing this. He actually pulls off the impossible against a player who usually owns him completely. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Italy today as the favorite Noir takes on Omnic in a fast-paced duel. Noir has traditionally been the heavy favorite here, holding a substantial historical lead in their head-to-head encounters. It's a strong foundation to build on, especially since he's usually the more consistent player of the two. We just need to see if he can maintain that pressure throughout the series. Another flawless trade for the favorite, and he's just not letting up. He's proving to be the much more reliable hand so far. Finally, a response from the underdog, showing he's got the grit to keep this competitive. Exactly what we wanted to see from the underdog early on. He's building real momentum now, refusing to let the early lead slide. It's a complete shift in energy from how this series started. He's completely flipped the script, evening things up with a third straight point. We're seeing a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Noir answers back immediately, reclaiming a narrow advantage. Omnic has a tough time historically here with a 22% win rate on this map. So yeah, he's fighting a steep uphill battle against his own track record. It will be interesting to see if he can push things back to a tie. The fight back continues as the underdog secures another close encounter. Absolute chaos in the air for that one, but the underdog manages to survive and edge closer to a tie. The confidence is clearly shifting in this series. Noir holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's in the driver's seat just as we anticipated. He has managed to stay on top despite that aggressive push from Omnic. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. Noir's comfortably in control with an 8-5 cushion. His 8 and 6 round today is keeping him steady. Noir is really pulling away now at 9-5. His raw experience is starting to show in this series. Another fast response, and he's putting a firm grip on this series. He's managing to shake off those recent struggles from earlier today. He's completely unmatched right now, taking the round in a blink. It's a strong rebound after those tough losses earlier today. He's just relentless, continuing a terrifying stretch to put himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! He closes it out with a clean shot to secure the match. He really just shook off those recent losses and looked way too sharp in those final exchanges. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Waze and Noir facing off today on Dunes for a great 1v1 battle. Waze is currently fighting an uphill battle against a long-term history where he's trailing in total wins. It's interesting to see him take the lead here, given Noir typically gets the upper hand in their head-to-head. I wonder if Waze can really maintain this early pressure. Waze is putting the squeeze on Noir with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast trade. Waze is just staring him down right now. He's just completely in control, taking another round without breaking a sweat. A sharp response from Noir, showing some grit to close the gap. It's a bit of a scramble for the underdog right now. Noir is refusing to go away, taking that round in a heartbeat. Waze has been absolutely on fire today with a 21-13 record across his recent matches. Look, that kind of momentum is really bridging the gap in a rivalry where he's historically been the underdog. He's playing like he wants to completely flip the script on Noir today. He's simply too fast today, claiming another round to keep the pressure high. Waze is simply too fast, racking up 4 straight to secure a commanding grip on the first half. Waze takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, Noir is really struggling here. We expected the favorite to walk away with this, but Waze is completely disregarding the long-term history between these two today. Time for a total reset. Waze is just cruising along with a 10-3 lead. A very clean showing so far for the number 23 seed. Noir is looking completely lost out here. He just can't find any answer for Waze's pace. A big shift from their typical head-to-head dynamic. He's on a tear now, and just one more kill will seal the victory. The speed of those reactions is just scary. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a final burst to secure the series. He's just completely outclassed him today, proving those old head-to-head stats mean nothing right now. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Waze are facing off on Mappas, with Waze entering this one as the favorite. Waze has clearly dominated this rivalry in the past with a massive win rate of 73%. But we've seen Omnic take him down in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over into today's series. Talk about a nail-biter. He barely claws out another victory to keep the streak alive. A tough start for the higher-rated player today. That was a crisp sequence to get back into this, showing a lot of heart to keep the score within reach. He's still looking like a top-tier threat in the server. Another effortless shot from Waze, and he's now firmly back in the contest. Everything is wide open now. The momentum has completely shifted and we are officially all square. Just can't be stopped right now, claiming a 4th straight to take control of the match. And Omnic fights back, bringing the set back to a deadlock. It's a huge contrast to how the ranking looks on paper. Omnic claims the lead, putting the pressure on Waze. A tough stretch for a player who usually looks so dominant. Waze is showing incredible grit, clawing his way back to a dead heat. The underdog is proving he can hang with the better seed. He's simply too fast right now, putting the pressure back on just before we head into the break. Total control over the pace right now. Waze goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, this is pretty much how we expected the map to unfold. Waze is holding a small lead, but Omnic has shown he can definitely stay competitive here. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Waze edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 13. He really is fighting uphill against a much higher rated opponent. We're back to a complete stalemate at 7 apiece. He is really putting that top half rating to the test here. The streak continues for Omnic, who has completely seized the initiative in this match. Totally clean response from Waze to bring this set right back to a deadlock. That was a ridiculously fast exchange to level things off. Omnic pulls ahead once more, now leading 9-8. He's playing with a huge chip on his shoulder today. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to survive with a sliver of health to tie this up at 9-9. Unreal. He managed to outlast his opponent in a complete brawl, surviving with just a single point of health. What a response. He's showing a lot of strength to bring this back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos. These two just refuse to let each other pull away. Omnic is putting an incredible amount of pressure on his opponent right now. He's really ignoring that historical disadvantage today. A perfectly timed shot to keep the pressure high as the duel reaches a complete deadlock. He wins a blistering firefight to move into the driver's seat. He is completely flipping the script on the expected outcome. What a statement. Waze secures a perfect round to force this game into overtime. He's really refusing to let the underdog slide through. Absolute madness. Omnic barely comes out on top after a brutal exchange, picking the other player off the ramp. Another narrow escape for the lower seed. Waze responds immediately, keeping himself in this fight as we head into a deadlock. Waze just needs to secure one round here to keep the match going. A massive shift from that last result we saw together. Incredible resilience by Omnic to survive that exchange and take a lead of 2. He's simply outdueling the higher seed in these crucial moments. Quick reaction from Waze to keep this series alive. That was an incredibly quick way to reset the board. And that's it. Omnic closes out the series with an incredible display of skill. He just refused to break, especially with those low HP escapes. Waze really pushed him to the limit in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're here on Redline for a battle between Omnic and the favorite Noir. Noir really owns the head-to-head history here, leading their lifetime series by 96 to 52. It is a massive gap that shows a clear pattern of superiority whenever these two cross paths. You can almost see that confidence translating into a strong start tonight. Noir is firmly in control, pushing a 2-1 lead. He's already looking to repeat that 13-5 blowout from Italy. We've got a dead heat. Omnic is refusing to be pushed around early on. The gap in the ladder seems irrelevant so far tonight. Noir keeps the momentum, now leading 3-2. Noir looks really steady right now, considering his rough set against Waze earlier. Noir is just relentless, stretching his lead to 4-2. Noir is really leaning into that ranking advantage right now. That's a fast and clean flick to make it 3 straight for the leader. That's a tough spot for Omnic after a rough day. Another effortless take for the favorite, picking his opponent off from the ramp. The rating gap is definitely making its presence felt. Omnic responds quickly to put a dent in that momentum. A quick shake-off from that tough 5-13 loss on Italy. Omnic has struggled significantly today, ending up with a 11-25 record across his matches. So yeah, he's clearly fighting an uphill battle in terms of confidence. It will take a huge shift in aggression to close this gap before the half. Noir goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, the script is playing out exactly as we thought. That 4-round streak gave the favorite plenty of breathing room to keep this comfortably in his pocket. Time to see if Omnic can storm back. He manages to snag Noir right off the ramp, keeping this fight very much alive. Still, that favorability is starting to look questionable right now. Noir stays out in front, holding a narrow 2-round lead. He continues to hold a significant edge over the long pole. Noir's really pulling away now, sitting on a 3-round cushion. His top 30 status is really showing through in this set. Clears the ramp with ease, putting the pressure back on Omnic. He's looking far too comfortable, given his narrow 9-7 daily record. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the pressure on. That's another nail-biting close call for the challenger. Noir is really starting to tighten the noose here. Just 2 more rounds needed to wrap this up. That was an absolute shutdown. Noir is now just a single round away from victory. Omnic's short rally was shut down instantly. Unbelievable. He finishes strong to secure the map victory. He just completely outclassed the competition today. This is exactly why the odds were so skewed in his favor. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Waze taking on Noir in a match that looks set to be very close. What a scrap. Noir barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening lead. Noir has historically held the upper hand in their rivalry, but the dynamic is shifted here after Waze dominated their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence returns as we head into the third. Unbelievable. He's just completely shut out Waze to start this match. He just can't find a way back into this. Noir is completely taking over. It's a complete reversal from their previous encounter. Waze finally finds a gap in the defense to grab a point. Noir is just relentlessly crushing Waze with a 6-1 lead. Noir is definitely playing to the role of the favorite here. Waze has been on a tear lately with a 2014 record over the last day. Well, the high confidence usually helps him close gaps, but he's really fighting an uphill battle here. It's becoming a huge struggle for him to find any momentum. Waze reacts first here, getting an effortless kill to keep the score at 2-8. Noir staring down the finish line at 9-2. Noir is firmly in control despite those lower odds. Noir takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly everything is going exactly how the pundits predicted. Noir has looked far more sharp today, putting a real stranglehold on the match. Waze needs to wake up now. Waze pushes it to 4-9, but he's still trailing. He has certainly shown he can take rounds off Noir before. Noir puts a huge grip on things at 10-4. Noir seems to be shaking off that earlier blowout defeat. Noir is just effortlessly putting these rounds away right now, closing things out in the blink of an eye. Waze is definitely refusing to go down without a fight, showing some real grit to stay in this. Waze has a bit of wind in his sails now, putting together a nice little run of wins. He's trying to prove he belongs in the top half of the ladder. That's a swift response to put the pressure right back on Waze. The odds certainly weren't favoring this result. Game over. Noir secures the final kill to close the series in style. He just completely outclassed his opponent today. Noir looks incredibly sharp and completely owns this map right now. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a duel between Omnic and the heavily favored Waze. Let's see who takes it. Waze has managed to take a massive lead in their career head-to-head with over 100 wins against Omnic. It's a huge historical advantage that seems to be playing right into his hands here. We'll have to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that flow. Waze holds a slim edge, leading 2-1. Waze is certainly acting like the higher rated player so far. Waze is looking incredibly sharp right now, ending these rounds almost instantly. Absolute perfection from the favorites, keeping that streak alive with a completely untouched finish. Omnic isn't going down easily, digging in to cut the gap to 2. The underdog is starting to push back. He's simply refusing to quit, securing another win to keep this fight alive. This is a complete shift from the expected script. Omnic actually took the lead in their most recent encounter together. It means he knows he can outplay Waze regardless of those rating differences. The real question is if that confidence is enough to overcome the deficit he's facing right now. The momentum swings back completely to the favorite, who secures a commanding 7-3 lead. A strong trade to keep things interesting as they approach the end of the half. He really needs a strong finish here to head into the break. Waze holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. Things are playing out exactly as expected. With the favorite in control, he'll look to extend that lead on the second half switch. Switching sides. Now let's go. Waze is cruising along with an 8-5 cushion. His veteran experience is really showing through in these high-pressure moments. Waze is dominating, extending his lead to 9-5. He's really taking advantage of that rating gap right now. He's just too fast right now. Stacking up a 3-game run to put the pressure on. The search continues for the favorites, who now looks completely unstoppable. He's just completely in charge, putting himself 1 round away from victory. The gap in their skill levels is becoming painfully obvious. What a final shot. He seals the deal and takes home the victory. He just looked totally untouchable on this map. Omnic really struggled to find any answers once that momentum shifted. Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic and Noir facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Noir has clearly owned this rivalry, having taken 65% of their previous head-to-head bouts. It's a massive historical advantage that should normally make this a one-sided affair. We just need to see if Noir can actually translate that confidence into the current match. We'll take a quick time out here, but stay tuned as the action continues shortly. And we are back live on Fast Aim with Omnic holding a one-round lead over Noir. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Omnic is moving ahead, clinging to that narrow lead. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Things are heating up. Noir secures a crushing blow from the ramp, taking total control of this exchange. He just can't stop the momentum, claiming another victory from the ramp. Noir is looking just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, continuing a blistering run to take a commanding lead. He just can't be stopped, completely erasing any doubt with a fast, perfect shot. Omnic quickly takes control from the ramp to get a round back. Noir has had the better of things historically, but a gap this small can close quickly. He's proving far too stubborn to be put away, securing another round without taking a scratch. A scary glimpse of what happens when the favorite loses focus. Unreal, Omnic barely clings to life with a sliver of health to secure another win. The momentum has completely shifted away from the heavy favorite. Noir finds his mark again to maintain the lead heading into the final round of the half. The momentum is swinging right back to the favorite just in time. We head into the break with Noir holding an 8-5 lead. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected things to go. Noir is simply too strong on this map for Omnic to keep up. Fresh start for both players. What a fight, he refuses to go away. Surviving on a threat to claw back another round. He's really refusing to let this match slip away. Omnic has really struggled with consistency lately, going 10-25 in the last day. It's a tough spot to be in when you're trying to fight back against someone as steady as Noir. The pressure is definitely mounting for him now. Omnic holds the high ground on the ramp and completely shuts him down. The pressure is mounting as this gap continues to shrink. Noir keeps his grip on a 2-round cushion. It's looking like a repeat of that red line series they just had. Noir is really starting to peel away here, putting some breathing room between himself and his opponent. Omnic picks him off the ramp, showing a real grit to stay in this fight. He's definitely not playing like an underdog right now. He is absolutely relentless right now, walking away from this exchange without a single point of damage. Noir shuts things down from the ramp to put himself on match point. He's finally finding the consistency he's been known for. Omnic keeps the dream alive, securing this round from the ramp to stay in the hunt. He's not letting this game slide without a fight. Absolutely incredible. Omnic forces a deadlock at 12-12, completely erasing the deficit to send us into overtime. Noir makes a quick move from the ramp to grab the advantage back. Exactly what you'd expect from a player with this much experience. He really managed to pull it together in the clutch to survive overtime. That was an absolute war. What a match. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got a great match today as Waze takes on the favorite, Noir. Noir currently holds the lead in their lifelong head-to-head rivalry, and we've seen that trend continue in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can break that cycle today. A complete shutout here as Noir secures another effortless victory. Waze answers back with a lightning-fast peak, putting a stop to that early run. Waze isn't backing down, taking another clean fight to keep this rally going. Noir is still in firm control at 4-2. Waze usually puts up a fight here with a stronger historical win rate on this map. So yeah, it's a bit surprising to see him struggling to keep the momentum after that brief surge. We'll see if those map stats actually matter in this series. He's showing great resolve, shutting down that momentum and closing the gap to just 1 round. A real test of nerves for the favorite right now. Noir holds a 2-round cushion as we enter round 10. Noir's recent high-level play is definitely starting to show. Noir's firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He is looking just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. Noir goes into the break leading 7-5, and honestly, the match is playing out exactly how we anticipated. Waze is hanging in there, but the higher seeded player is just consistently landing the harder shots. Time to switch it up. Waze stays aggressive here, stumbling into another fast victory to keep his hopes alive. Another clinical exchange and we're officially a single round apart. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped out that deficit to bring the score level. Simply untouchable. He's now surged ahead with a lead of his own. The script has completely flipped for the favorite. Noir shuts down that run and brings us back to a dead heat. A real clash of styles from 2 players sitting very close in rating. He's continuing this surge, taking that duel without taking a single point of damage. And just like that, Waze brings us back to a deadlock. It's becoming a complete toss-up from here. What a scramble! Noir barely survives that chaotic exchange to reclaim a narrow lead. That's an incredibly lucky escape for him. Brutal exchange where he just barely came out on top to keep the roll going. And now another huge shot for Noir, and he's now just 1 win away from victory. Absolutely stellar. Noir finishes them off and secures the match. Waze really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find that final answer. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Omnic and Waze are facing off on Italy, with Waze entering the match as the favorite. Omnic is facing a tough climb here, as Waze holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, it's a matchup where the underdog has historically struggled to find any real traction. Let's see if he can shake the momentum after that, at that first point. Omnic has flipped the script to lead 2-1. He's looking way more composed than he did in his recent bouts. Waze is reacting incredibly fast today. We're seeing some truly rapid exchanges as this series stays deadlocked. Omnic is just starting to pull ahead at 3-2. He is playing with a lot more confidence than in that last meeting. Waze fights back to tie it up at 3-all. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, hanging tough despite the odd odds for this one. Omnic is really defying the numbers here with a win rate that's barely above 20% on this map. It's a complete reversal from how things usually go when he's facing off against Waze. If he can keep this pace, he might actually pull off a massive upset. Pure chaos now. We are completely tied at 5. This is really mirroring that 13-5 result we saw recently. This set is becoming a total toss-up, with neither player able to keep a hold on the momentum. We go into the break tied at 6-6, and honestly this is way tighter than the history books predicted. Omnic is holding his own despite that skewed 72% head-to-head disadvantage. Waze just needs to tighten up for the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Waze takes a narrow lead as we hit round 13. The experience gap is starting to show as the series progresses. Waze is pulling away now, leading 8-6. Waze is really flexing that rank 24 status right now. Omnic is refusing to let Waze pull away, keeping the pressure on as we move deeper into this set. We've got a total deadlock at 8 apiece. It's a far cry from that rough 13-5 blowout on Orange. Waze just edged ahead to reclaim a slim lead. The overall experience gap is definitely starting to surface. Waze is putting a real stranglehold on this series now, securing his lead with back-to-back quick kills. Omnic stays within striking distance at 9-10. A huge shift from the 13-5 result we saw earlier. Omnic is really feeling the heat now. He needs a quick response to avoid letting Waze close this out. Complete shot down from Waze, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Waze is just asserting his control at this stage. What a response. He's refusing to go quietly, keeping this series alive for now. He's keeping his nerves steady as the match reaches its peak. What a finish. Waze shuts the door with a perfect final round to secure the victory. The grit from the other side was unbelievable, but the top seed just found a way to grind this out. What a match. Welcome to the arena. Omnic and Noir are ready to face off, though Noir enters this match as the favorite. Noir has had the upper hand in 65% of their previous encounters. It's impressive how Noir typically controls this rivalry, but the early momentum is shifting. Now it's a matter of whether Omnic can actually upset the pattern. Omnic is suddenly dominating this series, leading 2-1. We've got a real back and forth battle on our hands now that the series is dead even. Omnic puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. The rating difference is clear, but it hasn't mattered so far. Noir claws back to tie it up at 3-all. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that recent run of wins. Omnic is really leaning into these rapid exchanges, keeping the pressure high with these quick kills. Omnic is showing a surprising amount of resilience today, despite a 10-25 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting through some tough recent results to stay ahead in this series. Noir is definitely feeling the heat now. Omnic's really pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. He's playing way above his rank in this one. Omnic is putting on a real clinic here, completely flipping the script on this matchup. He's really making an impact despite being lower on the ladder. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He is completely defying the odds right now. Noir is usually the one in control of this head-to-head, but he looks totally rattled by the underdog. Fresh start now. Omnic is absolutely cruising with a massive 9-4 advantage. The gap in their ratings is nearly invisible at the moment. Noir just can't find an answer, trailing 9-5. The higher rated side looks to be stabilizing a bit here. Omnic is just not letting Noir find any momentum right now. That's a really tough spot to be in. Omnic is just relentless, stretching it to 10-6. Noir's experience across thousands of games is starting to show. Noir grabs another, narrowing the gap to 10-7. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Omnic is making it very difficult for Noir to string together any consecutive rounds right now. He secures another quick exchange and now stands on the verge of victory. Noir responds with a sharp shot to delay the inevitable. A tough spot to be in, but Noir's resilience is showing. Another sharp reflex win for Noir, keeping his hopes alive in this series. A pair of clean finishes to turn the tide. What a way to close it out. Omnic secures the victory with a lightning fast finish. Welcome to Orange. We've got Waze and Noir facing off to see who can claim the win today. Noir is comfortably in control of the head-to-head with a win rate over 52%. He's really used that historical advantage to keep the pressure high in their recent encounters. Let's see if Waze can find a way to flip the script today. Noir holds a slender lead as we head back. He looks sharp after that strong series against Omnic earlier today. Waze managed to snag one, but Noir is quickly regaining the upper hand here. It's been a tough stretch for the rated favorite so far. Noir is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Waze has clawed back to tie this up at 3-all. He's playing some high-level stuff right now. The pace of this series is really picking up, with these exchanges becoming quicker and quicker. Now we're totally deadlocked at 4 apiece. This really feels like a toss-up between these two. Noir pulls ahead again, now leading 5-4. Waze looks for more consistency after his 1915 run today. Noir has been the dominant force in their long-term history. Continuing that trend today, I mean, it's quite a contrast to their recent overall record, where both players are fighting to maintain a positive win rate. We'll see if Waze can stabilize his performance before the halftime break. Noir holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the second half. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we expected with the favorite in the lead. Waze is still very much in the fight though. Sides swapped. Let's get back to it. Noir's extending that gap to a 3-round cushion. It's a tough break for the higher rated player today. He refuses to back down, grabbing another round to keep this fight alive. The higher ranked player is fighting for every single point. A desperate scramble here, but he manages to survive the exchange to tighten the gap further. The slight advantage he held entering this match is finally translating. Unbelievable. He's found an answer for everything, erasing that deficit to pull level at 8-all. He's finally proving why he entered this match as the favorite. Waze is simply refusing to let up, now sitting in the driver's seat with a lead of his own. Absolutely ruthless in these quick exchanges. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing his 5th consecutive point. Waze is simply unstoppable right now, picking up a 6th straight to take a commanding lead. Noir finally breaks that momentum, showing some real grit to put a stop to the run. He's proving incredibly stubborn, keeping the pressure on as he chases this lead. A high-speed exchange that swings the momentum right back. He's completely locked in now, equalizing the series with another flawless response. Waze claws his way back into a lead, now just a single round away from victory. He's finally managing to maintain his composure in these tight spots. What an absolute stunner. Noir forces the tie and pushes us straight into overtime. Just a split seconds difference decided that one. He's simply too strong right now, proving he has the nerve to climb back into this. We're seeing exactly why he entered this match as the higher ranked player. He's simply unstoppable right now, keeping the pressure up and extending his lead. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. What a response! Waze shuts that down completely to keep the dream alive. A huge moment for the player who started this as the slight favorite. He's clawing back into this with serious composure, placing himself on the verge of victory. The momentum has shifted, but the ladder rankings aren't the only thing influencing this. Absolute perfection. Noir closes out the series with a spectacular display of poise to take home the win. He really had to dig deep to survive that overtime stretch after almost losing his grip. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the duel on Mapas. We have Omnic and Waze facing off, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Waze has dominated the history of this rivalry, winning over 70% of their total encounters. It's clear that his experience against this specific opponent is paying off right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that cycle today. Waze holds the lead, but Omnic is fighting back. A fast start for the lower rated men today. Waze is really putting the pressure on early, forcing Omnic to play from behind right away. The higher seeded player is taking control quickly. Waze is cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. Waze is simply on another level right now, extending his lead recent head-to-head win. That higher rank is really making its presence felt tonight. Omnic reacts first here, putting a sudden stop to that streak. Both players landed some heavy damage, but he manages to dig deep and secure another point. Absolutely effortless, he is completely taking over the map right now. Simply unstoppable, he's erased the deficit entirely to bring us back to a dead even score. The momentum has completely shifted in a matter of minutes. He shuts down that comeback attempt and regains the one-round edge. The veteran knows how to close the door when the pressure ramps up. Another quick exchange for the underdog, leveling the playing field before we head into the break. A complete deadlock as we transition to the mid-game reset. Waze leads 7-6. I mean, the favorite is in a good spot, but it hasn't been the one-sided affair we anticipated. He'll need to find some consistency if he wants to keep the lead. Ready for a fresh start. Waze has struggled a bit more today with a 19-16 record. So while he has the overall lead, he isn't playing with the absolute confidence we usually see from him. It'll be crucial to see if he can maintain this focus as the match nears the finish line. He's completely outplayed his opponent here, bringing us back to a dead heat. The momentum has swung entirely in his favor. He's on fire right now, quickly extending his lead to 9-8. The underdog is completely rewriting the script for this series. Pure chaos. Omnic claws it back to a 9, all deadlock. What a fight! He survives by the skin of his teeth after holding the ramp. Close. Barely stayed alive in that one. A pristine headshot brings the score back to a dead heat, showing just how much grit he's found tonight. Waze managed to play that ramp perfectly, keeping himself firmly in the driver's seat. A total shutdown to put him just one round away from victory. What a finish! Waze takes it all and seals the series with an incredible final burst. Unbelievable! Waze edges out the final clash and secures the map victory. Absolute perfection to close it out, securing the win in spectacular fashion. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find the closing blow. Waze had to sweat it out with a couple of near-death experiences today. What a fight. Welcome to the league. We have Omnic and Noir facing off on red line, with Noir entering as the favorite today. Noir showed no hesitation there, punishing Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp immediately. Noir has a massive historical advantage with 98 head-to-head wins over Omnic. It's clear he's continuing that trend by getting an early lead. The question now is if Omnic can flip the script from their last encounter. Absolute destruction. He's just not letting the opponent breathe today. The rank difference is really starting to show through. He's simply outclassing everything Omnic throws his way right now. The rankings gap is making this look like a total blowout. Finally a response from Omnic, getting a clean shot off to put a round on the board. Noir is cruising with a commanding 6-1 lead. Noir's 14-8 run today is really starting to show. Noir is just too sharp, catching him right as he stepped out and securing that ramp position. Omnic has been struggling lately with a 10-25 record over the last day, so yeah, that makes this sudden surge of confidence even more impressive. It will be interesting to see if he can actually maintain this momentum into the double digits. Nar just keeps hammering away, using that ramp advantage to tighten his grip on the match. He is comfortably playing to his expectations today. Noir takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated. He's putting on a show on red line, and Omnic just can't find an answer for him right now. Time to see if Omnic can regroup. Noir is just way too fast, shutting that down immediately from the ramp. The higher rated player is quickly regaining control of the pace. Noir is just refusing to let up, continuing to use that ramp to keep the pressure on. That higher rank really starts to matter in the clutch. A complete shutdown of that comeback effort, and now he's just one round away from victory. Just another high impact performance from the top end of the ladder. A fierce exchange of shots, but Omnic managed to come out on top. A quick reaction, but he just can't keep this lead comfortable. What a finish. He shuts the door on the series with an effortless final shot. He just looked untouchable today, especially with those lightning fast reactions we saw throughout the set. Welcome everyone, Waze and Noir are taking the stage on Dunes to see who can claim the most rounds. Noir has held the edge in over 900 head-to-head matches, and that mental advantage seems to be sticking today. He's coming off a victory against Waze in their most recent clash, so he definitely has the confidence here. Wow, both of them were trading heavy damage, but he barely scrapes through with his life. Waze is really walking a thin line right now. He's just completely taken over this series, picking up another effortless win. Noir answers back quickly to keep this game tight. Expectations were slightly skewed toward the opposing side heading into this one. Waze is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Waze has been in a bit of a slump lately, putting up a 2014 record in the last day, and it looks like that momentum is finally translating into results here. Noir was definitely expected to take the lead based on their history, but we're seeing a complete reversal of the trend. It will be interesting to see if he can pivot before the gap grows. A crisp shot from Noir secures this one, cutting the lead to 3. Waze is dominating this one, leading 7-3. He's playing with an incredible amount of poise right now. Waze just extends his lead to 8-3. He looks just as sharp as he did in that win against Omnic. Waze heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, the favorite is just getting outplayed here. Noir needs a serious adjustment if he wants to claw back into this series. Let's see if the momentum holds. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. A complete 180 from how he played in that orange match. Unbelievable, Noir survives the chaos with just a sliver of health left. Just an absolute nail-biter of a close call there. Noir claws back, but Waze still holds a 10-5 grip. Waze is just a few steps away from closing this out after that quick response. Noir is starting to find some footing here, refusing to let the match slip away completely. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Noir is reacting almost instantly to close the gap. Lightning fast response puts the pressure squarely on Noir for the finale. He's just too fast for him in these exchanges. Absolutely sensational. Waze shuts the door on this series with a final crushing victory. He's finally shaken off that historic losing streak and proved he could out-duel him on the Dune. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great matchup today between Omnic and the heavy favorite, Waze. Waze has a massive advantage in the head-to-head history, having won over 70% of their past encounters. Well, it's clear he's not seeing that advantage early on today. Now we have to see if he can adjust his approach to get back on top. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly trying to channel that recent victory from their last encounter. Waze has all the momentum now, tying things up and putting the pressure back on Omnic. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange to reclaim the lead. He's really defying the ratings in this series. Omnic is just running away with his 4-2 lead. He's really shaking off that rough 4-13 loss to Noir. Perfect read on the play, and he's now secured 3 straight. The top 20 seed is really struggling to find an answer here. Just a complete blowout as he picks up another, reaching 6 rounds total. Total flip from the usual dynamic we see here. What a fight! Waze barely scrapes through that one with just a sliver of health remaining. Waze is certainly showing the composure of a higher seeded player. Oh, totally untouchable display as he secures another for himself, continuing this strong surge. We're seeing the higher seed claw his way back into this contest. He's absolutely on fire right now, making it 3 straight and narrowing the gap to just 1. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, the ratings clearly favored Waze, but Omnic is proving he belongs in this set. It'll be a fight to see who can hold the lead after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Takes total control of this round, shaking off the early deficit to grab a 1-round lead. He is finally starting to look like the favorite in this set. He's just outclassing him right now, taking the round without losing a single hit point. Waze holds the narrow edge at 8-7. He's really putting those rank differences aside for now. He's completely shifted the tide here, moving within a few rounds of closing the series. A lightning fast encounter that definitely went his way. He's continuing this climb with a completely clean finish, moving to a 3-round lead. The top seed is finally acting like he owns the court. Omnic answers back with a clean finish, showing he isn't ready to give up just yet. He needs to find another gear to fully close this out. Another flawless round for the underdog, refusing to let the pressure get to him. He's quickly erasing the gap in skill we expected to see. Waze is showing great mental fortitude, shutting that door quickly to regain his lead. Waze puts a definitive stop to that push and is now just 1 round away from victory. What persistence from the underdog. He refuses to go down easily despite the score. And there it is. He closes out the match to secure the victory. Omnic really gave it everything he had, but he just couldn't find that final push. He'll be gutted with that loss. He had to work for that. Welcome back to the league. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Noir here on Fast 10. Noir historically dominates this pairing with a 65% win rate. You know, the mental edge is definitely leaning his way right now. He just beat Omnic in a blowout recently, and it looks like he's carrying that confidence into this series. Noir holds a tight lead at 2-1. A clean response to get things level again. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to take control of the map. A complete reversal from that last head-to-head encounter. Noir edges ahead by 1, barely clinging to the lead. That was an incredibly sharp reaction from Noir. Noir is really starting to build some momentum now, securing his spot on the ramp to extend that lead. Omnic held the height and came out on top, keeping this series incredibly close. He's definitely fighting against a tough current today. Omnic is really swinging the momentum back, quickly shutting down Noir's attempt to hold the ramp. We are seeing a much closer battle than their history suggests. Noir just narrowly reclaimed a one-round cushion. He's really putting that ranking gap to use right now. Perfectly deadlocked at 5 apiece as we move forward. He's certainly erasing the memory of that recent loss to Waze. These encounters are getting faster and faster, and Noir is just barely twitching quicker than Omnic right now. Noir heads into the break with a 7-5 cushion. I mean, the higher seed is proving a bit too strong for Omnic right now. He's comfortably leaning on that superior map win rate to maintain a steady grip on the match. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic has really struggled to find his footing today, entering this match already sitting on a 3-game slide, and honestly that lack of confidence seems to be carrying over. He needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum before Noir pulls away completely. Noir secures the win from the ramp, continuing his hot streak. The gap between rank 27 and 35 is showing right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another round to put himself on the verge of victory. The gap in raw experience is starting to feel immense. A swift response here to keep his hopes alive. A crucial moment for the lower seed to step up. Omnic is holding that ramp position perfectly, putting a serious dent in the lead. He's really shaking off that triple loss start to the day. Noir puts a huge stranglehold on the map, moving just 1 round away from a victory. The higher seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. What a huge read by Omnic to drop the favorite right off the ramp. Total composure in that exchange to keep things moving. And that's it. Noir closes out the match with a crisp final shot to secure the victory. The experience really played a role there. Noir just looked too composed to let the lead slip away to Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Noir facing off today on Italy for a great match. Waze has a nice cushion coming in after a 3-win streak, and honestly, that momentum is likely weighing on Noir, who struggled in their very last head-to-head meeting. It will be interesting to see if Noir can flip that script today. Waze is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's playing for a return to his historical lead here. Noir has completely shifted the energy of this match, erasing Waze's early advantage in a hurry. That's another effortless win, and now the momentum has shifted entirely in the favorites' direction. A lightning fast reaction brings the series level again. Neither man looks like they'll let the other pull away today. Waze edges ahead once more with a 4-3 lead. That's a nice start for someone sitting at rank 23. Waze is on fire, claiming a 3rd straight victory to reclaim control. Noir is usually the one calling the shots in this matchup. A sharp response from Noir to put a halt to that run. Noir's head-to-head advantage shows in a pressure spot like this. Waze is putting up a strong showing, especially considering his overall win rate is just 45%. That's a big contrast to how he's playing right now. Effectively ignoring the historical trends of this rivalry, it's becoming quite a statement match. Waze holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Honestly, the favorite is struggling to keep up. Noir had the edge coming into this, but Waze is currently defying those expectations on Italy. Fresh start for both guys here. Waze is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. Noir usually finds a way to shut him down. He's showing some real grit here, keeping the deficit manageable as he pushes back. This is exactly what the favorites hate to see in a match. Waze is running away with this, sitting at 9-6. It's a bit like the battle they had on Blame Dunes. Waze just stretched that lead to 10-6. The gap in their ratings is minuscule, but the difference in confidence right now is stark. Noir is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight just as the finish line starts to come into view. A huge test for the underdog, but he's showing the resolve we've seen before. Waze is just a few steps away from wrapping this up, putting Noir in a really tough spot. He's back on top and effectively staring down the finish line. That was an absolute blur of a duel. Noir claws back around, keeping the dream alive for just a little longer. It's a tough hill to climb when facing this kind of lead. What a finale. Waze closes it out right here to secure the victory. He's really making a name for himself in this rivalry, just completely dominating those head-to-head odds today. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off on red line, with Waze entering today as the clear favorite. Omnic just showed zero fear, catching Waze wide open on the ramp to open things up. A huge early shock considering their history together. Waze has historically dominated this rivalry with 118 total wins. It's quite a shock to see that lead vanish so quickly in the opening rounds. Now it's all about whether Waze can lean on that experience to shut this down. Absolute control from the favorites Nightmare as he extends his lead to 4-0. He's completely reversing the momentum from their last head-to-head. Waze answers back, dragging Omnic off the ramp to secure the round. Coming into this, Waze has looked really sharp with those recent wins. He's refusing to go away, putting up another fast finish to cut the deficit. Omnic really played it safe here, just holding the ramp to put a bit of breathing room between them. The duel on the ramp ends with a sharp victory for Waze, who keeps this climb moving. He's showing why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. Omnic is struggling for consistency with a 10-25 record in the last day. But he's somehow finding the confidence to shut down the higher rated player today. It'll be interesting to see if this is a genuine shift or just a temporary fluke. Omnic is really cruising now with a 3-round lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, nobody expected the lower-rated player to be steering the ship here. He's fighting off a huge historical deficit and looks ready to actually steal a win from the favorite. Let's see how Waze responds now. He walks away without a scratch, continuing this steady climb back into the game. The gap in their rankings is barely visible right now. Waze is totally locked in, evening the score with another lightning fast pick. He's just on fire right now, completing a huge comeback to actually take the lead. The shift in pressure is palpable now. What a run! Waze just completely took over this match from the ramp. The original projections for this matchup are finally starting to play out. He's absolutely untouchable right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. The gap in their skill ceilings is becoming quite obvious. Simply unbelievable. He's now picked up 6 straight to put himself on the verge of victory. The momentum shift has been absolute. Simply ruthless. He has now claimed 7 straight and is just 1 round away from a massive victory. Wait, Omnic just shuts down that streak with a precise shot from the ramp. Just a clutch moment to slow everything down. Unreal. Waze finishes the job in style to close out the series. He really dug in deep for a while there, but that experience at the top of the ladder eventually took over. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Omnic and Noir facing off, with the favorite looking for another strong victory today. Noir has an incredible historical advantage here with 100 head-to-head wins. He's clearly comfortable against this opponent. We'll see if Omnic can break that pattern or if Noir just keeps piling on the pressure. Noir just cannot be stopped, putting an end to any hope of a comeback here. He's simply on another level right now, walking away with a perfect round. Absolute total control from Noir, who has now taken 5 straight. He's certainly playing like the favorite here. He's just completely outclassing everyone, extending this a terrifying 6-round run. He is completely locked in, extending this lead to 7-0. Finally, a breakthrough for Omnic, who manages to claw back around. A huge spark for someone who struggled in his last 3 outings. Omnic has been having a tough day, putting up a 926 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it's clear he's entering this struggle with very little momentum. He needs a serious turn of events to get back into this match. Another lightning fast reaction for Noir, keeping him in complete control before we hit the break. Noir takes a huge lead going into the break. 11-1. I mean, everything we saw on paper is playing out exactly as we thought it would. This match looks almost over already. Let's see if Omnic can wake up. Omnic is starting to fight back, putting a real dent in Noir's momentum. Noir's 16-10 run today has him in great form. Surprise twist here as Omnic has managed to string together 3 wins in a row. A surprising turn for someone sitting at 35th on the ladder. That was a brutal exchange, but Noir comes out on top to reach match point. That was a fast way to shut down the mini comeback. What a finish. He closes the door instantly to claim the series. He's just consistently faster today, and that sub-second reaction time basically sealed the deal for him. Welcome everyone to the arena. Waze and Noir are ready to face off in today's match. Waze is entering this set on a fierce 5-win streak. It's a high energy start that could easily outweigh the fact that Noir usually holds the historical edge in their head-to-head history. We'll see if that early confidence carries through. Noir has the lead, but Waze is fighting back. The underdog is making his move here. Neither player is giving an inch today. They are completely deadlocked in this early stage. The higher rated player is starting to push back. Waze takes command with a tight 3-2 lead. He's definitely playing like the one with more momentum tonight. Noir claws back to level things up at 3-all. He's certainly fighting to regain the edge he's had historically. What a scramble. He barely escapes with his life to take the lead. The pressure is mounting for the 22nd ranked man here. And he keeps the pace, securing his 3rd straight win. His recent losses to the lower rated side are starting to vanish. He's just completely taken over the game, marking a 4th straight victory to extend the lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, adding a 5th consecutive win to his tally. A complete shutdown as he rolls to a 6-round streak heading into the final frame of the half. We head into the break with Noir leading 8-4. Right, this is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. That long run of 6 rounds of the match really cemented his control over the server. Time to see if Waze can recover. Waze has an impressive 22 wins across his matches today. But that hot start isn't translating into results for him in this specific duel. He's going to need a serious shift in approach if he wants to claw back into this game. He shuts down the comeback instantly with a clean victory to extend the lead. That is an incredibly strong finish for Noir, leaving him just a single point shy of victory. What a way to finish! He shuts the door and claims the series. He really came out on top in this one, proving why he's the stronger opponent in the long run. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Omnic taking on Waze today, with the favorite looking to keep his lead. Waze has been an absolute wall in this rivalry, winning 73% of their head-to-head meetings. That history makes Omnic's early lead even more impressive. We'll see if he can actually keep up this pace. Waze looks far too comfortable right now, just shutting him down from the ramp. He's coming off a very solid 13-8 win in their last encounter. We're all tied up now. Omnic has clawed back. He's really shaking off that rough patch today. Omnic has a narrow edge, holding a 3-2 lead. It's a surprising shift considering his recent form. Both of these guys are just trading blows right now. Neither one can pull away. Waze is definitely playing like the higher rated seed here. Omnic is keeping his nose ahead at 4-3. A tough stretch recently for the lower ranked side, but he's fighting back. Waze is really making a habit of securing these fast rounds, putting a huge amount of pressure on Omnic. Waze takes a slender 1-round lead at 5-4. It's been a rough day for the lower seed so far. Omnic is just refusing to go away, punishing Waze. The second he stepped onto that ramp. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives that firefight to secure a 6-5 lead. He is walking a thin line with those health totals. Waze holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as we expected. He is outperforming the lower seed, though Omnic has managed to keep this surprisingly close so far. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic has really struggled lately, winning only 10% of his last 10 matches. This current slump is making it very difficult for him to put up a fight today. He needs to find a way to reset before Waze completely takes over. Incredible grit from Omnic, who barely escapes with his life after dragging that fight out. That's some incredible composure to close it out with such low health. He's simply on fire. Right now, completely wiping the slate clean. Waze responds immediately with a sharp kill to reclaim a 1-round advantage. Waze is pulling away now, extending it to 10-8. He's definitely the more seasoned veteran in this pairing. He's just unstoppable right now, taking full control with a triple round streak. He's really struggling to find his footing today. Another perfect exchange for him, putting the match just 1 round away. He's looking much sharper than he did during those early rounds. What a finish. Waze shuts the door with an effortless final shot to secure the victory. He simply had too much experience on this map, and it showed in those quick reactions. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Noir today on Mapas. Noir holds a commanding lead in their lifetime rivalry with over 100 wins against Omnic. Those numbers combined with the recent blowout they had just an hour ago make this look like a very one-sided pairing. We have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that momentum. Noir keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. That's a welcome change of pace after his rough start today. Noir is really starting to put his foot on the gas here. The experience gap is showing given his thousands of historical matches. Noir is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-1. The 26 rated player is really starting to assert control here. Omnic shows some real grit here, clawing back into this match. The underdog is definitely trying to flip the script here. Omnic has struggled lately, going 8-27 in his last few sets. That rough stretch is making it even harder for him to climb back into this specific game. I wonder if he has anything left in the tank to make this an actual contest. What an absolute nail-biter. Omnic digs deep from the ramp to scrape out a win with barely anything left. He's really having to fight for every inch today. That was a precise strike to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. He's fighting back to bridge that massive rating gap. He's simply on fire right now, taking 3 straight to put Noir on the defensive. Noir has looked far more confident in their previous outings today. We're all square at 6-6. Honestly, I can't believe this is happening given the disparity in their ranks. Omnic has completely flipped the momentum and is now staring down a potential upset. Time to see who blinks first. Noir barely edges ahead, claiming a tight 7-6 lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-4 dominance showing earlier. Noir is pulling away again, now leading 8-6. Noir is proving to be the far more consistent attacker today. A completely effortless play to extend the streak to 3. His 18-10 run today is starting to look very imposing. And there's another one for the underdog, showing incredible resolve to keep the comeback alive. Another lightning fast reaction from the challenger to keep this rally going. Noir manages to reclaim a 2-round cushion. That's a really tough history to overcome, given the head-to-head record. Noir is really cleaning up here, moving closer to sealing this one away. The 36 rated guy is really struggling to find the counter. Noir just shuts everything down with an instant headshot, putting himself 1 step away from the victory. Huge stop there to keep the dream alive. He is proving he can hang with the favorites today. Absolutely lightning fast, he shuts that down to keep the pressure on Noir. What a stunner. He just won't let this game slip away, taking another clean round to bring this deep into the end. And there it is, he closes out the series with a flawless finale. Omnic truly left it all out there, nearly stealing a game he had no business being in. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a clash between Waze and the favored Noir. Noir holds a slight lead in their overall head-to-head record. He's previously looked very strong in this specific rivalry, so he'll want to shake off that first round loss quickly. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can capitalize on this early lead. Unbelievable start. Waze has now completely shut the door on his opponent. Noir answers back, showing some grit to get a round on the board. He really needs to start climbing this hill if he wants to upset the underdog. Both players trade heavy blows, but he manages to come out on top for another win. Waze is comfortably in control with a 2-round cushion. He's really putting that recent match loss against Noir behind him. Waze has been on a tear recently with 22 wins today. I mean, he's clearly carrying a lot of confidence into this series right now. Noir is usually the one controlling this rivalry, but he's just not finding any answers to the pressure. Waze is absolutely dominating this, a 6-3 lead. His form in the last 10 matches has definitely spiked. Noir just completely shut him down, proving he can still handle the heat. A quick reflex play to get back in the game. Waze is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He really seems to be shaking off that last defeat. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, he is definitely playing like the favorite right now despite the odds. Noir has a huge task ahead of him if he wants to stop this momentum. Let's see a new spark from Noir. What a scramble! Both players were nearly empty, but he just barely managed to scrape through with the win. He's showing some serious composure with that finish. That was an absolute bloodbath of a duel. But Noir keeps his composure to come out on top. Waze still holds a commanding 3-round gap at 9-6. Waze is proving his recent 13-8 victory over Omnic wasn't a fluke. Waze extends his lead to 10-6, just simply untouchable. Noir is certainly feeling the pressure of his recent rivals today. That's a total shutdown. He walked away from that encounter completely unscathed. He's really taking control as the lower ranked player in this series. Absolutely oppressive. Waze is just one victory away from closing this out. He's completely flipped the script on this duel. What a finish! He wraps things up with a lightning fast flick to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the odds today, proving he can stand his ground against one of his toughest rivals. Welcome to the show, everyone. Omnic and Waze are ready to face off on red line, though Waze looks like the clear favorite today. Waze has been absolutely oppressive in their head-to-head history, securing a 73% win rate against Omnic. And that gap in quality is showing throughout their last several meetings. It will take a serious shift in confidence for Omnic to claw back into this one. A total shutout as he takes control from the ramp, moving to a 3-round surge. Omnic has been struggling lately, dropping his last 3 series. A sharp response here from Omnic, catching Waze right off the ramp to get back on the board. That was a lightning fast trade to shut things down. Waze puts the pressure back on immediately, securing another clean win from the ramp. What a scramble. Both of them were nearly empty, but he dug deep to claw out a win. He's showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. He is really digging in here, taking a second straight to close the gap. He really needs to find a way to stop this momentum shift. Omnic is really feeling the pressure after going 8-27 in his last few hours of play. He's essentially trying to stop a landslide right now. Waze just needs to maintain his consistency to keep the upper hand. Just a complete shutdown as he secures a 3rd straight victory. His current form has been purely one-sided today. Waze stays on top with another victory, putting a firm grip on the match heading into the break. We head into the break with Waze leading 9-3, and honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He looked far superior in every exchange, and he only needs 4 more rounds to wrap this up. Let's see how they adjust. Waze is simply cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10-3. He's effectively playing a top-tier opponent in his current form. Waze is putting on a clinic here, ending these exchanges before Omnic even has a chance to react. He's been on fire today, putting up 23 wins in the last day. A quick response here, and he is just a single round away from the victory. The gap in skill level is truly glaring right now. And that's a wrap. Waze ends the set with a final flawless shot to take the series. Just a total mismatch from start to finish, and Omnic is really going to feel this loss tonight. Welcome back to Berserk League. We're on Italy for this match between Omnic and Noir, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir has historically dominated this rivalry, securing 66% of their head-to-head matchups. That psychological edge seems to be paying off, given how struggles Omnic has been facing lately. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum rolling early on. Noir is really flexing his muscles with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is playing some surprisingly clean rounds here, completely flipping the script on the opening exchanges. Noir holds a slim lead, sitting atop with 3. His higher ladder rating is starting to show. Total deadlock now. Omnic has fought back to a tie. He's shaking off that tough loss against Waze from earlier. Noir keeps trading blows with him, refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum here. Omnic has been struggling with a tough 8-27 record in the last 24 hours. You know, that slump in form is making it very difficult for him to keep pace against an opponent like Noir. It's really gonna be a mountain to climb if he can't slow this slide down soon. Noir has completely seized control here, winning his 4th straight. The difference in experience between them is... He is absolutely on fire right now, taking this round without taking any damage. Noir heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. You know, this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. That 5-round run really put him in the driver's seat. Let's see if Omnic can regroup. Omnic grabs one back, cutting the lead to 8-5. That was an incredibly fast exchange to keep the rally going. Noir's well on his way with a commanding 9-5 lead. That's exactly what we expect from a top 30 player. Omnic is really making this a scrap now, refusing to let Noir cruise to an easy victory. Another swift win for Omnic, showing a lot of heart to keep chipping away at this lead. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite right now. Noir still firmly in control at 10-7. Noir is definitely playing like the veteran here with over 3,000 career matches. He's really digging deep now, shutting things down with a perfect response. He's really finding a way to climb back into this, refusing to go quietly. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A frantic trade here, but Noir manages to edge it out to move ahead. That was effortless. Noir is just one step away from finishing the series. Unbelievable. Noir shuts the door with a lightning fast flick to seal the victory. Omnic really forced him to earn that one, but the experience gap eventually tipped the scales. He's just too consistent. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Waze and Noir facing off today on fast aim to see who takes the win. Waze has been absolutely on fire lately with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. That momentum is definitely carrying over from the previous set he won against Noir earlier today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Noir uses that ramp advantage to answer back and keep things tight early on. Waze is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. A tough spot for the favorite to be in this early. Noir is really making that elevation work for him to stay in the fight. Noir typically comes out on top in this rivalry. Waze is pulling away, leading by 2 right now. He's looking very confident after that dominant 13-3 win against Omnic. Noir usually holds the upper hand in their head-to-head matchups, but that historical edge is completely disappearing. Well, he's just not finding any answers for Waze's precision tonight. It's starting to look like a one-sided affair. Waze is just relentlessly pushing ahead at 6-3. That was a lightning-fast reaction from the current leader. Waze is just completely dismantling the favorite right now, and a double-digit lead is staring Noir right in the face. Noir just can't shake the feeling of that earlier defeat today. Waze is cruising right now, extending it to 7-4. He's definitely fighting to claw back into this series. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he is ignoring the rankings entirely today. Noir is usually the one in charge of this rivalry, so seeing him trailing at the half is quite a shock. Absolutely hard stopping. Noir barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep his comeback hopes alive. He is refusing to let the map slip away. What a turn of events. The deficit has been erased and we are completely deadlocked at 7. Noir is finally answering back in a huge way. Waze sneaks back on top with an 8-7 lead. He's really playing like a man possessed tonight. He's completely shut him down here to bring us back to a dead heat. The underdog is proving incredibly resilient today. Showing some serious grit, taking a second straight to reclaim the lead. The pressure is shifting back to the favorite as we head into round 18. Noir is simply refusing to back down, securing his 3rd straight to put a real grip on this series. He's quickly wiping away that early deficit. That was a total brawl, but Noir outlasts the exchange to keep this surge going. He's effectively neutralized the lead Waze once held. Waze stays composed here, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. Just what he needed to keep things interesting. Noir just puts his opponent in a terrifying position, effectively securing match point. He just won't go away, fighting his way back into this close sequence. Still showing exactly why he entered this match with the edge. Unreal, Noir closes it out with a perfect finish to complete an incredible comeback victory. That was a phenomenal display of willpower, completely shaking off that earlier loss to get the job done. He truly earned this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite, Waze, for this match. Waze holds a commanding 121-44 lead in their lifetime history. And coming off that lopsided victory over him in their last meeting, he's looking very confident right now. It'll be tough for Omnic to find an answer. Waze just edged ahead, pushing the tally to 2-1. He is comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. The pace of this set is just lightning fast. Waze is making this look easy. Absolute perfection. He just completely erased his opponent from the map. He's completely taken over the server now, extending his run to 4 straight. Fast reaction from Omnic to break that streak. He's coming off a rough day with 7 wins total. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, but earns his 2nd straight win in a wild scrap. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel a bit smaller. Omnic is struggling with a 728 record over the last 24 hours. It is really showing in how he's failing to build any kind of momentum. He needs to start finding some consistency if he wants to keep this competitive. Waze is just cruising now with a 7-4 lead. He's certainly making things difficult for the higher seeded player. Waze holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. The results here match the pre-game predictions perfectly. He looks sharp though. Omnic is fighting hard to keep the gap from widening further. Let's see if the sides shift momentum. Omnic claws 1 back to make it 5-8. He's definitely showing more grit than he did in those early bouts. Waze puts the pressure back on, extending it to 9-5. Becoming a real back and forth battle now, with both players trading rounds in this stretch. What a chaotic fight, but he holds on to maintain his momentum and push the gap to just 2. Waze is suddenly looking a lot more vulnerable. He is on fire now, taking another one to keep this rally going. A sharp response there to get a grip on the momentum. That was lightning quick, almost instant. He's refusing to go away, closing in the gap with a completely untouched round. The top seed is suddenly fighting for his life. Omnic is fighting for every single point here, but Waze just keeps finding a way to close these out. Waze looks a lot more like the favorite after that. A second. He's not letting the pressure get to him, digging deeper to stay in this fight. Omnic is really putting the #1 seed through the ringer. A blink, and you missed it exchange. And Waze is now just 1 round away from victory. That was a lightning fast read to close out the set. He refuses to crack under the pressure, staying composed to keep the dream alive. Waze secures the final exchange and takes the map. Honestly, the heart Omnic showed today was incredible, nearly pulling off a massive shocker for the first time in ages. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Noir are stepping onto orange for this match where Noir enters as the clear favorite. Omnic entered this series on a rough stretch with 11 straight losses. Seeing him grab that first round quickly is a huge confidence boost for the underdog. You have to see if he can actually flip the script on Noir today. Noir clinches the lead, pushing ahead 2-1. Their lifetime record here is practically a mirror of this current score. Noir is simply too fast right now. Picking up his third straight point in a flash. He's looking every bit the superior seed in this match. Absolute precision from Noir, who looks completely untouchable right now. Noir is certainly proving why he sits much higher on the ladder. Total shutdown as he carries that momentum straight into another point. Just a total stroll for Noir, extending the run to 6 straight. The disparity in their head-to-head record is really starting to show. A crisp response here, putting a sudden stop to that relentless run. He is definitely fighting against the current in this one. Noir has a commanding 103-53 lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. The fact that Omnic is now taking 2 straight rounds is a total curveball. It'll be interesting to see if this is a brief stumble or a genuine collapse for the favorite. He manages to shut down that surge, regaining control as we head toward the midway point. Noir heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, the favorite is definitely where he needs to be. Omnic is putting up a fight, but the skill gap is still evident. Switching sides, let's see if the momentum shifts. Unreal, he almost went down in that chaotic trade, but barely survives with a sliver of health. The underdog is staying remarkably composed despite the pressure. What a wild exchange. Noir barely escapes that scrap with his life to push his lead to... He's really putting that higher ranking to use today. Omnic claws back one more, bringing the tally to 6-9. Coming into this, he had a really tough stretch over the last day. He's refusing to back down, continuing this unexpected charge toward the favorite. He's putting on a clinic right now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The gap is closing fast as he stays on a roll. He's simply on fire, securing a perfect tie for the series. Noir puts an end to that run, securing a hard-fought victory to regain the lead. It's been a long day for the underdog, but he's still in this... What an intense fight. He walks away from that absolute war with just a handful of health. He's definitely leaning into that confidence from his earlier victory today. He's refusing to fade away, showing a lot of heart as he brings the score back to 10-11. A lightning-fast burst of fire puts Noir on the verge of victory. The pressure is clearly weighing on the underdog right now. What a fight. He barely edges this out after both players traded massive damage. He's digging deep to keep this series alive. Absolute chaos for the finish. Noir digs in and secures the final kill to close it all out. Omnic really forced him to earn every single point in that one, making him sweat way more than he usually does. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a close matchup between Waze and Noir. Let's see who takes the win today. Noir uses the elevation on the ramp to put himself in the driver's seat early. Waze manages to clear out that ramp position, bringing us right back to a deadlock. He's looking a lot more confident after that big 13-3 win earlier. A real scrap on the ramp there, but Waze is coming out on top in a fierce exchange. He's certainly putting that recent loss to Noir behind him. Noir is showing why he usually holds the upper hand in this rivalry. Noir usually edges these high volume encounters. Noir holds a slim lead, taking a 3-2 advantage. Really seeing that head-to-head dominance play out here. Waze reacts quickly to shut down Noir's attempt to hold that ramp, bringing things completely level. Waze now has the momentum with a 4-3 lead. Both of these guys have had some heavy lifting today. What a performance. He's completely taken over this segment of the match. The underdog's favor is definitely swinging this way. He's just completely in control now, racking up another effortless win. He's completely flipped the script on that head-to-head history. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just extending this run to 5 straight. This is a complete reversal from their meeting earlier today. Noir finally cuts through the pressure and puts a stop to that long run. Still looking to prove himself as the favorite today. Waze takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a shocking start for Noir. He usually owns this matchup, but Waze is playing out of his mind and looking for a huge upset. Time for Noir to respond. Waze has put up an impressive 21-13 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly, that a high-energy day should have provided enough fuel to close this out. Noir is fighting back hard to secure the victory here. Waze is firmly in the lead at 9-6. He's managed to stay productive with 22 wins today. Waze puts him right back in his place, denying Noir the advantage of that ramp position. Noir has had a fairly productive 22 wins over the last day. Waze keeps his grip, now extending it to 10-7. He's showing a lot of resolve despite that early deficit. Waze is really tightening his grip on this one, making a strong push toward the finish line. Another fast kill, and he's now just one more away from the victory. There was an incredibly crisp sequence of plays. Quick response from Noir to keep this contest alive. He's refusing to go down without a fight here. Another flawless exchange for Noir, who continues to hold his ground. The pressure is really mounting on the front runner now. He's absolutely locked in, completing a hat-trick to put Waze under immense pressure. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing his 4th straight victory to keep this game alive. Unreal, he just completely took over, equalizing the series and forcing the map into overtime. Waze answers back with a fast sequence of shots to regain a 1-round lead. He's making it look like a breeze today. Waze just out-muscled him in a clash right there on the ramp, and he's really starting to separate himself. He's definitely playing the role of the spoiler today. He barely keeps his head above water, surviving with just 14 health to move another step closer to the finish. Incredible. Waze shuts the door with one final shot to secure the series win. He really clawed his way back from the brink to seal this one in overtime. Noir put up a hell of a fight. What a match. Welcome everyone to the arena. Waze enters as the clear favorite today, but Omnic is looking to pull off a big upset. Omnic is really trying to overturn a bleak history today, having won only 29% of his total matches. That's a huge mountain to climb, considering how much ground he usually gives up. I wonder if we're seeing a genuine turnaround or just a lucky start. Omnic's holding a surprising lead, now 2-1. Waze is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Waze is really starting to speed up his reactions. That was an incredibly fast encounter. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-2. Waze usually handles this matchup with ease, but not today. Waze claws back, leveling things up at 3-all. He's coming off a very strong 22-13 day. Waze has all the momentum right now, putting some distance between himself and his opponent. His top half ranking is starting to show a complete shutdown as he keeps this roll going, taking full control of the match. Absolutely effortless, he just keeps stacking these rounds up. Omnic is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the match slip away. He's carving out some serious momentum and puts a lot of pressure on the board heading into the break. He's closing out the first half with a strong surge. Waze takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the intermission. I mean, he's mostly in control here as expected. He needs to keep this pace up if he wants to avoid any surprises in the second half. Switch sides, let's go. Omnic is currently sitting at a 7:28 record over the last day. It's no surprise he's falling behind. Again, given how tough his road has been across all his matches today, he'll need a huge shift in energy if he wants to get back into this. Waze is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. It's a tough read for him, having lost his last 3 games today. Waze is really putting the clamps on this one now. A 4-round lead is starting to feel like a mountain. He's completely shut the door on any comeback, cruising to 3 straight wins. He's showing the huge skill difference we see in the ratings. Omnic gets the quicker reaction this time, picking up a clean round. He's showing he can hang with the upper half of the ladder. Omnic is putting up a fight here, refusing to just roll over in this set. Unreal. He barely walks away from that firefight with his health in the single digits. That was an absolute nail-biter of a sequence. A strong response from Omnic to keep this dream alive. Waze has clearly seen better days in his recent matches. He's staying composed, keeping the dream alive with another quick sequence. He's finally tightened up his game when it matters most. What a stop. He just won't let the game go, extending his run to 3 in a row. He's just too fast right now. Omnic forces a deadlock at 12, all keeping the fire hot. What a turnaround. He looks completely untouchable right now, taking his 5th consecutive round. Total lockdown from the underdog as he takes control. Waze shuts down that huge run, bringing us back to a dead heat in overtime. The momentum is shifting back to Waze, and he's looking very sharp right now. That's another win for Waze in their head-to-head history. What a scramble. Waze clings on with a tiny sliver of health to put himself one step closer to victory. He's just refusing to die, surviving yet another scrap with almost nothing. He isn't backing down. That was a total shutdown of the round to keep the pressure on. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. He stands tall once again, forcing a complete deadlock as the match reaches a fever pitch. Pure chaos now as the board is completely reset. Waze barely edges ahead, taking a slim 16-15 lead. Omnic hits back hard, forcing a deadlock at 16 apiece. Omnic just snatched the lead back at 17-16. Omnic is pulling away, now leading 18-16. An absolute nightmare scenario for the higher ranked player. Waze is hanging tough, trailing by just a single point. He's finally showing why he's generally considered the superior player. They are locked in a dead heat at 18 each. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground now. Waze edges forward and claims a narrow 19-18 advantage. Omnic strikes back to bring us level at 19 apiece. Omnic just surged ahead to a 2019 lead. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Waze levels the score, tying it up at 20. The experience is starting to play a huge role here. Omnic just edged ahead, taking a commanding 21-20 lead. The underdog is playing some unbelievable games today. Omnic doubles down and now holds a 2-point cushion. He just broke a brutal losing streak in the most dramatic way possible. I cannot believe we just saw that happen. What a performance. Welcome everyone, we have Omnic and Noir facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum going. Noir has dominated this specific rivalry with 104 total wins over the long term, and given how tough things have been for Omnic lately, it's starting to feel like a one-sided affair. He really needs to find a way to break this pattern. A complete shutout, he's now claimed 3 straight rounds to take total control. This is mirroring a rough run of form for the underdog. A lightning fast reaction there, and he finally answers back with a clean shot. The pressure is definitely mounting on the favorite now. Another flawless shot, and now we're seeing a serious spark of resilience from the underdog. What a surge. He's now erased that early deficit to bring the set level. The momentum shift is definitely swinging in a different direction now. He's on absolute fire, taking the lead and claiming a 4th straight round. The favorite looks completely lost in this series. Noir answers back immediately, bringing the map back to a dead heat. It feels like a very balanced start for the lower ranked player. He finds another opening to maintain his slim advantage. It's a gritty battle of attrition between these two. And we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. He really needs to shake off those recent losses to find the lead. Noir pulls ahead by 1 in a nail biter. The higher rated player is really starting to assert his presence. It is 7-5 in favor of Noir. Well, that's basically what we anticipated coming into this. The gap in rankings is showing, but Omnic managed to keep the score close through the first half. Let's see how the reset helps. Stunningly efficient pick as he keeps this resurgence moving forward. It proves the rank gap is narrower than it looks on paper. Completely wipes the floor with his opponent to force a total deadlock. Both of them now have every opportunity to seize control. Noir edges ahead by 1 in a tight contest. That's the composure you'd expect from someone sitting at rank 26. Just a quick snap of the wrist, and he brings us right back to a dead heat. He digs in deep to take another round and reclaim the lead. He's really defying those pre-match predictions right now. And we're tied up at 9 apiece after that. A scrappy exchange where the underdog manages to outlast his opponent and reclaim the advantage. Unbelievable. Noir levels the playing field at 10-all. The experience gap is evident given how many more games he's played. He's not backing down, securing a tight lead as the comeback continues. He's completely in control now, stepping up to the precipice of victory. A huge swing from how this series started. What an absolute war of a round. Both players landed heavy hits, but Noir managed to secure the survival. Unreal. He finishes the job with a perfect shot to close out the match. He finally broke that brutal losing streak and stood his ground when it mattered most. Noir will be kicking himself after that performance. He really earned this one. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas today for a fresh duel between Waze and Noir. Let's see who takes the win. Noir currently leads the all-time head-to-head matchup with 469 wins. But he's feeling the pressure of a 2-game losing streak right now. It will be interesting to see if he can flip the momentum before Waze pulls ahead. Waze is dominating things with a 2-1 lead. He's coming off a tough loss against Omnic earlier today. Waze is really starting to stack up the wins here, putting a lot of pressure on Noir early on. He's definitely capitalizing on a good run of form lately. Absolutely crushing it. He just won't let Noir get a foot in the door. He's just untouchable right now, effortlessly extending the lead to 5-1. The current favorite is certainly making this case today. Noir gets his first win of the set and manages to halt that momentum. He's got the historical advantage on this already. A wild scramble that ends in his favor, and the deficit is shrinking. The pressure is shifting as he claws back into the game. Waze has been in great shape lately with a 21-13 record over the last day. You know, that confidence is clearly showing in how he's handling the pace of this match. He's effectively neutralizing Noir's historical advantage right now. Waze is firmly in control, pushing it to 7-4. He's certainly playing to his historical edge here. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is really holding his own here. He's defying the odds by keeping the favorite on the defensive during this first half. Time for the side switch. Noir opens the second half with a crisp headshot, refusing to let his opponent pull further away. It's a total clash of styles between these two today. Waze holds a narrow 2-round cushion at 8-6. The two of them are remarkably close in the standings right now. Waze keeps the momentum high, extending it to 9-6. Waze looks a lot sharper than he did in that loss to Omnic. Noir shows some real grit here, picking up another round to keep this fight alive. He's proving exactly why he's such a tough opponent in the head-to-head. He's staying aggressive, securing another win to keep this comeback rolling. Suddenly we're looking at a 1-round diff. Waze answers back quickly to regain a 10-8 lead. He's really shaking off the rust from that earlier loss to Omnic. Noir puts him down from the ramp, continuing to show a lot of heart as he closes the gap. That was a clean trade of positions. Unbelievable. Noir has completely wiped out that deficit, bringing us level at 10 all. Waze just stepped up when it mattered, quickly shutting down Noir's attempt to take control of the game. Noir is showing incredible resilience, equalizing the series with a perfectly timed shot. Noir was lighting fast on that trigger, putting himself just one step away from victory. Absolutely lethal reaction time from the favorite right now. He closes the door with absolute precision to claim the victory. He really dug deep to shake off that cold streak and secure the victory. Waze gave him everything he had. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Waze facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win. Waze enters this match with a commanding 73% head-to-head win rate. He's historically owned this matchup, and today he looks completely comfortable. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to break through that psychological wall. Omnic is really heating up, leading the series 2-1. We're right back to a dead heat here. Neither one of these players is giving an inch today. Waze has claimed the lead, putting Omnic on the back foot. The higher seed is starting to assert himself here. Omnic strikes back and we are locked at 3-all. Both players have looked incredibly sharp in their other matches today. Omnic is really putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now. A real struggle for the higher rated man to get back in control. He's just completely taken over this half of the match. This is a complete role reversal from their last meeting. Waze secures this one, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Absolute chaos now. Omnic has forced a total stalemate. Omnic pulls ahead once more to claim a 6-5 lead. His run of form lately has been a total reversal of the norm. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. Well, the script is getting thrown out the window. This is a massive shake-up given that Waze usually controls this matchup. Time for the reset. Waze claws back around, trailing by just 1. His overall record shows the depth of experience he brings here. Waze has finally leveled the playing field at 7 apiece. These exchanges are becoming incredibly fast. The reaction time on both sides is just scary right now. Omnic has barely managed a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. It just shows how improbable this current run is for him. He's fighting uphill against a much more seasoned player, but he's completely ignored the numbers today. Waze keeps swinging back. We're completely tight at 9. The experience is showing for him in these critical moments. Waze is simply on fire right now, putting together a strong 3-round run. The gap in their overall experience is becoming a real factor. He is simply refusing to let up, extending his surge to 4 straight. He is just unstoppable right now, putting himself on the verge of a victory. It's starting to look like the predicted outcome for this game. What a scrap! Both players were nearly out of health, but Waze barely hangs on to close the series. He really had to fight back from the brink, but that late composure is what separated them. Hard-fought win.